Dear colleagues in Digital Humanities, welcome to the HELDIG Digital Humanities Summit 2020. I am Eero Hyvönen, Director of HELDIG Centre. This year's summit's theme is Results of Today, Visions for Tomorrow. The initial 4-year kick-off period of HELDIG from 2016 to 2020 is ending, and it has come time to have a look at where are we now and where are we going to. The summit starts with a short opening session, after which the 8 new professors funded by HELDIG will provide their perspectives to digital humanities. After the lunch break, we hear 3 more visionary talks of other professors and research groups related to HELDIG. In addition to research, HELDIG has had impact on digital humanities education at the University of Helsinki, as well as on new digital humanities infrastructures. Furthermore, several new research centers inspired by HELDIG have been established. These topics will be covered in 7 additional talks. Finally, Professor Marcia Zeng of Kent State University in the US will give her keynote on semantic enrichment. It is my great pleasure to give the floor to Vice Rector Hanna Snellman for opening the summit. She has been the godmother of HELDIG. Hanna Snellman, together with Professor Arto Mustajoki, were the driving forces when creating the center 4 years ago under the auspices of our beloved funding organization, the Academy of Finland. Hanna, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Eero, for the kind words. I'm very happy to be the godmother, if you say so. So, dear colleagues and dear friends of digital humanities, it is my great pleasure to open this HELDIG Digital Humanities Summit 2020. I will take this opportunity to share some ideas of the long-term strategy of the development of digital humanities at the University of Helsinki, thus reflecting on the past, but also looking into the future of the field. The reason HELDIG was founded was to make an impact on the social sciences and humanities research culture. Multidisciplinarity and the use of machine learning are topics that have been discussed in the humanities for decades, but a change in the qualitatively oriented social sciences and humanities research culture was not apparent 10 years ago. This is why HELDIG was designed as an intervention and action to partly change the course of social sciences at the University of Helsinki. It was of course clear that long-term change does not happen overnight, not even in 5 or 4 years. But if we are frightened to take steps towards this change, we can achieve nothing. Luckily, in the process leading to HELDIG, there were people involved who were not afraid to try. And here, Professor Emeritus Arto Mustajoki, who already was mentioned, his role was crucial. He's a linguist by background and was very familiar with the research done in linguistics in digital humanities. Long before we even had the idea of HELDIG, so he's the godfather, really, not the godfather, the father of HELDIG. So, but I have had the privilege of being involved in the development of HELDIG by participating already in the very first plans of the center and eventually starting HELDIG as a dean. By then, Arto Mustajoki had stepped down and was retired, and now reflecting on it as vice rector of the University of Helsinki. When I look at the program of today's summit, I see a lot of progress, and I really am happy when I look through the program. It really made me glad of the things we had done in the past. I see ongoing collaboration across disciplines and institutions, yes. I see individual tenure-track professors stepping up and taking responsibility in the mutual collaboration and even sacrificing a part of their individual egos at times when it isn't easy because academic life easily turns into a desperate struggle for survival. The struggle is something we need to avoid in this community. Together we are stronger, and we have to remember that. The key word in multidisciplinarity collaboration is collaboration. Having many disciplines together without collaboration is nothing. So we have to keep in the track we have started. I also see computation being a crucial part of the humanities now. That is something new, I think. And finally, I see the success of the people involved in HELDIG with respect to publishing and gathering external funding. I do consider HELDIG a success when thinking of how many things you have put to motion and what are maturing in respect to a change in social sciences and humanities research culture. It is delightful to see that many of the overlapping and mutual initiatives that were kicked off at the same time that HELDIG was planned are now developing. In the case of HELDIG, we need to remember that the collaboration between central campus faculties has improved greatly, and that can be witnessed, for example, in cross-faculty teaching. 5 years ago, that was not the case. It was very difficult to start because it was sort of competition, who does what. Infrastructure building for social sciences and humanities is evident in Darya FI and the collaboration of Clarin and Darya at national level, and has led into social sciences and humanities field being represented in the new research infrastructure roadmap for Finland. Those news from the Academy of Finland were made yesterday and came out this morning. I think I received the email 15 minutes before the summit started. HELDIG has been active in building international and especially Nordic collaboration in digital humanities. Our representative is Professor Mikko Tolonen, the chair of the digital humanities in the Nordic and Baltic countries. And one of the great highlights of HELDIG was the Nordic Digital Humanities Conference that you organized in 2018. I heard that the conference even had their own beer, and I was disappointed that I never tasted it, though I visited the banquet, and a really good atmosphere there. At the Faculty of Arts, we have also founded a Department of Digital Humanities, which has given the researchers at the faculty a chance to build further collaboration and develop, for example, teaching structures in a more permanent way that will obviously continue. For that, I was the Cardinal, really, I was the dean, and I really wanted to have this department. It's small, but it has great meaning that it is a Department of Digital Humanities. It has symbolic value that there's a department, but also the head of the department is in the leadership group of the faculty. So digital humanities perspectives are always heard when something is being discussed. So it is important to have the department, I think. It is also great to see that HELDIG has led to finding more focus centers at different research communities. Center for Social Data Science at the Faculty of Social Sciences is a good example, and the Legal Tech Lab at the Faculty of Law is another. The path towards the future clearly points in all these cases towards collaboration through HESSU under the larger umbrella, and I hope that the people in charge of developing HESSU are wise and able to build the common future together. Again, collaboration is important here. Also, from the very beginning, we have had excellent collaboration with Aalto University, and we were happy to get Professor Eero Hyvönen, professor from Aalto, to lead HELDIG. So he has been the leader of HELDIG and developing HELDIG from the very beginning. Thank you, Eero Hyvönen, for your excellent work. When looking towards the future, the interaction between HELDIG and HESSU, this umbrella institute for social sciences and humanities, will be crucial. Originally, the idea of HELDIG was much more ambitious, actually, than what we realized through the Profi 2 funding from the Academy of Finland, Eero mentioned in his opening. For example, the development of communal spaces and common lab environments at the central campus are undertakings that are still underway, and many of these will be realized in the future through HESSU. Originally, HELDIG would have included these elements, but the decisions by the deans at the time was to strengthen the pool of professors by investing in 8 tenure-track positions to different faculties. I still think this was a good decision, because now we have some excellent people, excellent professors, and I think the future is in people, not in the space. Looking back in the time, it's often interesting. In the case of HELDIG, it feels that it has been almost there forever, although it was only a little over 5 years ago that it was established. We also need to remember that long-term strategies often are realized at a different pace than originally anticipated. Some things happen quicker and other things take more time. We are lucky that a lot of the ambition that has packed into HELDIG is still waiting ahead for the road towards tomorrow. Today's HELDIG Summit topic is results of today, visions for tomorrow. Luckily, we don't need to come up with the visions for tomorrow, not all of them today. We can keep on building on what was started already before HELDIG. To sum it up, I feel that we can be proud of HELDIG as well as all the individuals and institutions involved in the progress. There is great people in HELDIG and digital humanities at the University of Helsinki, and I want to thank you all for your good work for the university and for the community. Enjoy your day, keep an open mind, respect your peers, and our future will be bright. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these words and very, very comprehensive view of HELDIG. If the audience has anything to ask, I think there is time for one question or so, and please use the chat because we are so many. So if you have something to ask, please don't hesitate to ask Hanna. Okay, if nothing is asked, then I thank again Hanna for your words and declare the summit 2020 opened. I was prepared to say a few words about HELDIG, but Hanna already actually talked a lot about the history and so on. So I will just go quickly through a few ideas here. We are now missing one presentation in the morning, so we have 15 minutes actually of extra time for this. So HELDIG in a turning point, results of today, visions tomorrow. First, a few words about HELDIG as a profiling action, and then a kind of summary of what has been done and what are we now up to in HELDIG. HELDIG is so-called profiling action funded by the Academy of Finland, and this Profi program, we were in the second round of the Profi funding programs, and the main ideas of profiling is to support universities to renew themselves. So the idea was to create new openings in universities in a very quick time, and of course digital humanities is, in the case of HELDIG, the new opening. There's also the sort of dark side of these profiling actions with the idea of we also have to select away some areas in the long run because the funding in general in Finnish universities is not increasing. The other idea of these profiling actions is to support coordination between universities on a national level. And this is a nice idea in the sense that in many cases, universities may have very small professorships, overlapping professorships, and then it really makes sense to think whether, for example, collaboration between these smaller units into bigger units would make sense. HELDIG funding was very substantial even on an international scale. We had 10 million euros for 4 years coming from the Academy of Finland, and also the University of Helsinki was funding the initiative. The time frame was so that there is an initial 4-year phase where we started the center, and then the idea of these profiling actions is that after this initial phase, the activities will be integrated in the normal university activities, and this is now happening next year in HELDIG. The focus in HELDIG has been on establishing new professorships, as Hanna told in her talk. HELDIG is basically very much a networking organization because we are involving several faculties, for example, in the actions, but there's also physical HELDIG. In Metsätalo, you can find the door here and the HELDIG headquarters in one corridor in the Metsätalo building. So the first question that we had to ask when we started the center was, what is digital humanities anyway? This is not as easy a question as one might imagine, but basically our answer has been this one. Digital humanities is an area in the intersection of computer science, humanities, and social sciences. In particular, we use and develop computational methods in humanities and social sciences, and the other side of HELDIG is to study digitalization as a phenomenon, even if without computers. The next question then is who is HELDIG? Actually, who belong to HELDIG? This is also not necessarily an easy question to answer, because we are involving 6 different faculties of art, educational sciences, law, science, social sciences, and theology, and also computer science is involved in the business from different campus area. The other faculties are situated in the central campus, but Faculty of Science is in Kumpula. The main activity in HELDIG has been establishing these new professorships, as Hanna told. So there are 8 new professors that have been working for a while already. Krista Laakus in digital social science, Eetu Mäkelä in digital humanities and global interaction, Minna Ruckenstein in digital innovations and consumer society, Petri Ihantala in big data learning analytics, Darya Gritsenko in Russian big data methodologies, Michael Mattheodakis in algorithmic data science for SSH applications, Riikka Koulu in legal research on digitalization, and Katja Valaskivi, religion and the digital world. In addition to these professors, there has been a HELDIG core, where Jouni Tuominen has been the research coordinator and I have been the director. So we have been coordinating the general activities of HELDIG. An important thing was that the new Department of Digital Humanities was established. It includes several other areas and professorships in language technology, cognitive science, and phonetics. So HELDIG is actually one of the 4 tiers of Department of Digital Humanities. There will be a separate presentation of the department later on in the afternoon. So, but basic idea was that through this new organizational structure, HELDIG involves tens of faculty members from the department that are double affiliated with HELDIG if they wanted to be. The most important thing I think in HELDIG has been this HELDIG network that has been established. The core is at the university, but HELDIG goes beyond that. There's lots of collaborations between Aalto University and University of Helsinki in the city area, but also with other universities, such as University of Turku. Also, other Finnish research organizations have been involved in our work. And the data, where does it come from? It comes from memory organizations in Finland and abroad, like libraries, museums, archives, and galleries. Media organizations have also been very important in our work. For example, the national broadcasting company Yle We are dealing with people with using newspaper data and so on. And of course, the companies are important in society, and we have lots of those as well in our network. We are collaborating with EU research infrastructure initiatives like Clarin and Daria. So this is the kind of EU level connection on a general level and very concrete one, because we are, for example, have been running the FinClarin part at the department. And there's of course lots of academic collaborations between the different researchers and activists in HELDIG. So we have been working on research, education, society. These are the three main sort of strategic areas of universities, and with a special focus on infrastructures. So this is something perhaps new to many. Infrastructures for digital humanities. In research, we will hear more about this, so I won't go into details, but basically in the morning sessions, presentations, we will hear presentations from the areas represented by the HELDIG professors. And then in the afternoon, there will be more speeches related to some other areas of research that are very active in HELDIG, especially language technology, computational history, and semantic computing. Education is, of course, one of the main tasks that the universities have, and HELDIG has been active there as well, as we will hear in a separate presentation in the afternoon. A new digital humanities curriculum is now established at University of Helsinki. Lots of learning materials have been created, hackathons organized, events and conferences, and so on. So this has been a very, very active area in addition to research. Here's a list of some of the events that have been organized by different groups of people in HELDIG. And of course, the HELDIG Summits have been one yearly event highlighting the results and the network communications of HELDIG. Infrastructures then, finally. There's lots of activities going on there, and there will be presentations also in the afternoon, so I won't go into the details. But I think that the natural sciences, where I come from, computer science, there are lots of common ground between these areas of disciplines based on areas like mathematics, physics, and chemistry, and so on. And the engineering departments, for example, share a common kind of background, which makes collaboration easy. But in terms of humanities and social sciences, there is not such common ground. There are some elements of that, and I think that the infrastructures are one important part of that. So developing the data and different web services for using the data and the methodological basis in statistics and other areas is the thing that we all share, even if we are studying very different topics in humanities and social sciences. So I have listed here quite a few infrastructural elements that are being developed and we are developing in HELDIG and beyond. So there will be some more about this in the afternoon. I won't go into details here. Then finally, the societal impact of HELDIG and universities in general. I think the professors in HELDIG have been participating very actively in societal discussions. One interesting area has been legal matters of the digital age that has been very popular, issues like privacy, copyright, AI-based decision making, and so on. This is a very important area in the digital society. People have participated very actively in open data movement, in my data movement, open science movement. There are quite a few movements, very, very high level and very important movements in science happening. And digital humanities is very, very much involved in this kind of activities. There's also lots of applications that have been developed for the general public. More about these activities will be presented during the summit in the afternoon. As for tomorrow, the work will continue in the new professorships and new centers that have been established. So HELDIG professorships do not go away after the initial funding period, but they will be funded, constantly by the faculties, and their visions will be presented in separate talks in a few minutes. The HELDIG core is situated at the Faculty of Arts and will continue as part of the Department of the Digital Humanities. It will be run by members of the faculty. Interestingly, during these 4 years, there has been a kind of a tsunami of new digital humanities centers in the world. There's even an organization for all international digital humanities centers, CenterNet. Also, at the University of Helsinki, several new centers have been established, and I think they have been inspired very much by HELDIG during these years. So the new Center for Social Data Science is directed by HELDIG professor Krista Laakus. There's the Legal Tech Lab, directed by HELDIG professor Riikka Koulu. And then the new Helsinki Institute for Social Sciences and Humanities that Hanna mentioned has been directed by HELDIG Dean, Professor Hannu Nieminen. So HELDIG has had this kind of steering group of the deans on the involved faculties, and Hannu Nieminen has been active in that committee or steering group. There's also a sister center at the Department of Computer Science at the University of Helsinki, the Helsinki Centre for Data Science, High Data. And actually, several HELDIG professors are involved in the steering committee of that center. I counted that there are five professors there who have had funding from HELDIG. So I think this is an important development also, that not only HELDIG will continue, but there will be also all kinds of other related centers that are now collaborating with each other. So stay tuned on our website, heldig.fi, and the Facebook. If you like Facebook, this is a very good way to join the open Facebook group and get all kinds of postings that this community of nearly 1,000 members now are making there. So in summary, what are the major outcomes of HELDIG? I think that digital humanities is now established as a major discipline of its own, and it has its own identity in our university. An important thing has been the injection of natural sciences paradigm and practices into humanities. This has been, for me, very, very interesting time to see how different these different practices and paradigms in science and in humanities are. And I think that this has been very fruitful for everybody. The Department of Digital Humanities is established, and I think this is a sign of our guarantee for sustainability of HELDIG. So there will be permanent administrative structures at the university related to digital humanities. I think the HELDIG network is up and running in Finland and internationally, and we were very happy to see that there are actually lots of international guests attending this summit. So perhaps in the future we should actually move on to this kind of webinars, even if the physical summits were very good as well. Perhaps some kind of hybrid mode would be optimal in the future. One thing that I noticed when coming to this field and starting HELDIG was that people were afraid to start working in digital humanities because they were afraid that they will be falling in the black hole in between different disciplines, and after that they would not have any home for example, applying then jobs in universities. But I think that the commitment of University of Helsinki has now convinced many people and us that this is really an area of science where you can focus on and try to make your career. And by now there has been already lots of new research opportunities and funding opportunities for doing research in this field. From the educational side, it's important that we now have a curriculum in digital humanities, and that's of course mandatory if we want to make digital humanities sustainable in the long run in Finland. Digital humanities infrastructures have been developed and are in use with EU connections to Clarin and Darja. This is important, of course. And there are quite a few applications developed with lots of users on the web in digital humanities now. So thanks for listening. If you have any questions, please use the chat. Typically, people seem to be very quiet in these webinars. They say that the Finnish people are very quiet in seminars, but this applies also to webinars with international folks, typically. I see. Okay, but I think we can then move on. Let us start our first session on HELDIG professor perspectives. Dear speakers, please open your video connection, and share your screen when your turn comes. Since we are so many in this webinar, the audience is asked not to open their video connections and to keep their microphones muted. You can write your questions and comments on the chat to be addressed by the speaker after the presentation. So, the first presentation comes from Professor Minna Rückenstein with the title Algorithmic Culture.
Thanks. I'll just share my screen. Just a sec. Okay, yeah. And you can hear me okay? Always need to ask.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I titled my talk Algorithmic Culture, and I have to say that I could have talked about what we have been doing since 2017 in very many ways, because our work has been spreading to a quite wide area. But I think that this perspective brings to the fore some of the most important things. So I worked at the Center for Consumer Society Research, and for me personally, the HELDIG professorship was a huge opportunity to do something in the academic world that I didn't even think it was possible. So I had kind of drifted away from disciplinary work. So this kind of cross-disciplinary, interdisciplinary area is where I thrive, and the years have proved that this work is actually worthwhile. So what I study is datafication. Everything that we do has something to do with datafication, and datafication is not the same as digitalization. So if you think of digitalization, it takes analog content like books, films, and photographs and converts this into digital information, a sequence of ones and zeros that computers can read. But datafication is a broader activity, taking all aspects of life and turning them into data. So we have seen in the last decade how friendships, breathing, steps are becoming datafied, and this expansion of datafication is ongoing. So what our research group is doing, we're trying to obtain a multifaceted and multi-layered perspective on how these processes of datafication, they shape day-to-day life, including research, but they also shape research. So we've looked at it from many different perspectives. So I think of my work as going in these three layers, which are all interconnected. We look at datafication processes, where we've looked at my data movement, for instance. With Tuukka Lehtiniemi, we wrote about social imaginaries of data activism. And then we look at what does it mean to live in this datafied world. And this work I have done with my Danish colleagues and my US colleagues. Here's one example of research that I have done. And the third area, which in some ways would fit the HELDIG Summit very well, but I have noticed that I tend to lose the audience when I talk about it because it's very experimental. So it's this kind of methodological experimentation that we do with various kinds of digital data. So today I will talk particularly about what does it mean to live in a datafied world. So if we think about algorithms, for technical people, they are very straightforward ideas. You know, they are computational models, they are recipes to get things done, depictions and instructions carrying out tasks for solving a certain problem. But what has happened in recent years, algorithms have become also much more than the technical thing. They have started to move in our imaginations. So algorithm has become something that people actually talk about in their everyday lives. They see something happening and they say that algorithms did it. So algorithm can also be seen as a kind of a metaphor, a conceptual juncture in how the digital environment functions. So they have become participants in cultural and social processes. So the algorithms have kind of drifted away from the technical realm into the everyday life. So algorithmic culture, you know, starts from the fact that technical systems are not merely technical, as these computational models meet human intentions and actions. So the study of algorithmic culture is actually an array of research approaches coming from sociology, anthropology, media studies, digital humanities, where we try to understand the connections between humans and technology. And this is, of course, not a new area of research. There's a strong and long tradition of human-computer interaction. There's also science and technology studies. But somehow these questions have become more pressing because technologies are becoming more and more invasive, both in our everyday lives and in our societies. So one of the questions that we keep looking at is how data processing connected with algorithmic systems, how does it treat people and how people react to that treatment? So you could think of it like this, for instance. So algorithms, they can be used to detect culture. This would be what digital humanities are sometimes doing, that they're using algorithms to find out things about cultural phenomenon. But the algorithmic culture that I'm talking about now is more algorithms influencing culture, and these influences are manifold. Lots of social scientists are now talking about algorithmic power, how algorithms are governing us in new ways. You can also think about algorithms organizing culture, or algorithmic systems organizing culture. So when algorithms organize culture through techniques, for instance, you know, a familiar example would be social media analytics. So lived lives are increasingly datafied, which I already suggested, and they're entangled with corporate entities that penetrate human pursuits ever more deeply. So technologies have started to work in our intimate spheres. We can no longer separate where the technology starts and ends. So algorithmic systems, they organize the world. For instance, search engines decide what we see online, even though Google search, for instance, finds maybe 2-3% of the information, we kind of take it for granted. They create important differentiations. They have binary systems in the background that differentiate between men and women, between what is good or bad. They suggest issues to be addressed. So algorithmic culture is, from this perspective, it's cultural organization work managed by corporations. Social media ranks and classifies us, mirrors our everyday doings, feeds these processes back to us, and we react to that. So there's these new kinds of feedback loops that are happening. Interestingly, we haven't paid much attention, but research is starting to pay much more attention to how algorithmic systems, they don't treat the everyday evenly. They focus on those aspects of life that can be computationally worked on and managed. So there's always an outside of datafication. Not everything can be datafied, even if that would be the ambition. So algorithms, they might scan the behavior at the surface level. They kind of form these bird's eye views that you can, see with big data, for instance. And the datafied person is perceived primarily as this kind of behavioral traits and regularities that can be linked to other traits for identification of groups. So in practice, this means that even if we talk about personalization, the personalization is not about you, it's about people who are like you. So in consequence, the person appears as this kind of situational, open-ended, undefined. People talk about individuals, that's Deleuze's term. Individual becomes individual because one becomes visible when linked to the traits and behaviors of others. So you get these kind of slices of life, which can be very provocative and helpful when you're doing work on digital data sets, for instance. But in terms of everyday lives, these informations about individuals is, of course, fragmented and biased by default. So these biases and limitations have been something that we have looked at. How does the data represent us? And what worldviews and aspirations are reinforced? And this, of course, from the perspective of consumer culture, because these are often commercially driven systems. What kinds of worldviews and aspirations are reinforced? They are often connected to processes of commodification. So in the everyday, algorithmic culture becomes a matter of emotions and ideas about how machines work. So even if people don't know what algorithms are, and this we have actually tested because we have studied people's ideas of what algorithms are, even if they don't know how algorithms work technically, they have a lot of reactions to them. One of the reactions is fear. People are concerned about the collection and use of personal information. They feel powerless. There's research that calls this, for instance, digital resignation or surveillance realism, that people don't know what to do in this kind of informational asymmetry landscape. The greatest fear is rooted in uncertainty and unknowns. We don't know what happens to our data when it leaks to these commercial systems. Another thing is irritation. Algorithms fail to see the individual accurately. So people might be irritated by algorithmic suggestions. Recommendation engines, they lack awareness of context. So for instance, I was on a way to funerals and I was listening to hymns, and then I get these hymns like weeks after. So it doesn't understand that this situation is actually already over. So people talk about algorithm fatigue, how tired they are, that the algorithms that are supposed to help us and help us to navigate recommendations of movies and music, but it doesn't find them what they actually want. So in the everyday, algorithms are a source of ambivalence. People want contradictory things from algorithmic systems. They want the algorithmic systems to read them more accurately, but they also would like them to be further away from them and not create this kind of creepy atmosphere. So to me, this suggests that we have to understand much better where do we want this intimacy and where do we want this detachment. Digital traces and algorithmic operations, they remain mute until people give them meaning. So we are dealing with very kind of fundamental questions of what culture is and what culture does. So in our group, which I have been able to kind of solidify in these years. So we've been very fortunate. We have gotten research funding to continue our work. So algorithmic culture is still ongoing by research funded by Kone Foundation. So we are continuing this work of everyday understandings of algorithms, and we're also looking at ethical and political questions related to these everyday understandings. Then we have a project which is called Everyday AI, and there we are trying to understand everyday experiences of AI, both in Finland and Europe and in China. And this is hugely exciting because we are dealing with material which we don't know anything about. So really, really exciting. And the last project, which is funded by the Academy of Finland, Rehumanizing Automated Decision Making, that's more kind of like societal engagements around algorithmic decision-making systems, and we're working closely with a Berlin-based NGO called Algorithm Watch. So if I had a kind of like insecurity in the beginning of my professorship, whether these are important, these questions, now I feel like they have a kind of a, even you could talk about an urgency that we do need to understand what kind of world we want to live in with these invasive technologies. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. And there is a, can you see the question in the chat?
Yes.
By Jorg Tiermann?
I'll just yeah. Are people in general more irritated by algorithmic recommendations than they would be with recommendations by humans? Well, this is something that should be studied. We haven't studied that. But I would say that in some ways, this algorithmic fatigue is really kind of calling for the machines to be more like humans. So you could say that in some ways people have unrealistic expectations of what machines actually can do. So let's say you ask the person in a shop or tourist in a bookstore, how often are we satisfied with a recommendation? Yeah, so for instance, in this, if we want to navigate to a place, of course we like the Google Maps better than we would, like to ask like 10 people, how to get there. So the recommendation engines that I was talking about have more to do with recommendations that actually have like a component that has to do with taste of music or taste of movies or something like that. Is it more about the naturalness of the dialogue than about the actual recommendation? I can't really see. Yeah, this is something I can't really respond to so quickly. What do you think? Because yes, there is a dialogue, but the dialogue with the machine is that's also something that we're looking at, like how people are trying to communicate with the recommendation engine, meaning that they try to communicate what they want to the machine, and then they kind of read whether that machine responds to what they're trying to communicate them. So it's a kind of a new way of communicating. And I think the interesting thing is here that the more people learn about these systems, the more they expect from them. So in a way, it's a kind of an ongoing process. And in the 3 years that we have worked in this area, we can see that people are learning more and more about the machine logic. So that also means that they can be more critical and evaluative when it comes to that logic.
Okay, thank you. I think we must then move on. Thanks for the very wise words regarding algorithmic culture. And we move on then to Professor Krista Laakus, and her topic is Steps Towards Co-creating Good Society for All.
So thank you Minna for an excellent talk, and thank you Eero and others for this wonderful summit. And you should now see my slides. So I'm professor of digital social science. My location is the Faculty of Social Sciences, and whereas already going into digital humanities is challenging for some, well, digital social science is in some sense even more uncharted territory. So it has been even more kind of new area. And my background is not in social sciences. So I come from data analysis, text analysis, emerging language representations, and so on. And then to jump into what is digital social science, how should we define that? That is a big change. Also, there's a big change concerning the cultures. But let's look at the challenge a little bit more. This is how I see the situation of the society. So when I came to this post, I realized that digital social science, I was the only professor with that title anywhere that I could find. So as if the Finland's digital social science was now falling, the whole of digitalization of the society was now in my field. And this is how I then began trying to understand what it is about. And that actually everything deals with it, and the digitalization in everything deals with it. But today I will focus on some of the more recent areas which deals with also the bubbles and communication and what is happening thanks to pandemia, and also has been happening thanks to Brexit and the US elections and all this kind of controversy. What is happening in society, and how can we address that, and what can we think about that? How can we consider that when we do research? And I see it so that the worldviews are in transformation, and one can ask, does it is the firm ground that we have been used to standing on, is it actually disappearing? And by firm ground, I actually refer to a shared sense of reality, so that we know what are the facts, what are the reliable sources, who can we trust. And somehow it seems that this network of trust is crumbling. You can see it in people's relations to various organizations, even to long-established societal organizations suddenly are being questioned, and suddenly things happen that make us question our trust on them. And at the same time, the algorithms, for example, in social media, that we created in order to better provide, well, with good intent, we have people have been creating these algorithms, but at the same time, the same algorithms create a bubbly view of reality. So everybody is in their own bubble, being recommended their own content, and that is where their worldview becomes separate from everybody else. So we have the different information sources, different friends, different everything, different media, depending on our own choices in the past, because the algorithms modify our individual environment for us. And then trust may disappear at the same time as the shared sense of reality, shared understanding is disappearing. So in some sense, we are questioning the basis of knowledge as a society. So in this kind of phase, it is increasingly difficult to just talk about individual research results as leaves of a tree, but rather it seems that one has to consider the underlying principles. And what do I mean by principles? First, I think that there are some underlying objectives, and one of the objectives that has been really important finding for me is that the objective of a good society for all, that it is not just for certain groups or me and some people like me who I happen to know of, but it is everybody. This is a firm ground that can connect us. And then there have been methods and results, but what has been lacking from my point of view, the talk of the principles. So it's easy to talk about research results, like this tool we developed, this study we did, this new course we established. It's even easy to talk about these specific methods that we came up with to solve this, to produce these results, to go collaboration, understanding. But what are the underlying principles and how do they stem from the objectives? So I thought that I would then look back at some of the underlying principles that I have found important and some of them that I have applied in my research as a kind of change of focus towards considering these and also towards bringing these up when we report our scientific results, when we talk about our research. And these are also some principles that one can consider as what we want to implement in the digital world, because we are not only researching the digital work, we are also shaping it. We have the potential through our networks to actually shape the digitalization of society at different places, everybody. So, for example, one essential question to social scientists' viewpoints seems to be the distribution of power, and so of many kind of social scientific questions deal with somehow with the power. Who has the power? Who is using it? How are they using it? And so on. And who doesn't have the power? And how is it for them? How is it being redistributed? And here one can consider the principle of power, from power over to power with others. So how can we join with others, from opposing somebody's action to joining with? This is actually a Buddha principle, but I think this is important in collaboration. How can we join the action of others? Collaboration, and the collaboration has many specific terms like participatory processes, collaborative work methods, co-creating with others, appreciative dialogue. So these are the terms that we can use to talk about collaboration in the science. And want to mention here that I have one of the new courses that I have established, and this fall also taught for the first time, is co-creative methods of collaboration in societal challenges. So with the focus on the collaboration. So a particular challenge is this pandemic and the bubbles. So these questions that seem to arise is how to recognize and agree on what is a fact. What even is a fact? So it doesn't anymore. It used to be self-evident, and of course we know what a fact is and what does it mean to have a fact. How do we establish a fact? But now even this is being questioned in citizens' discussions. For example, I have seen this being questioned: does COVID-19 even exist? So can we know it for a fact that this is? So if this is the level of where our societal disagreements are, what are the methods? How can we facilitate understanding, creating a shared understanding when this is the level of disagreement? What number of cases are there right now? And also how to project to the future? Which prevention methods are effective, and how do we know that they are effective? So it is like the basis of science is being questioned right now. The basis of organizations is being questioned. And how then can we clarify understanding of these societal processes, of these scientific processes to everybody? What can we do we are the academic community in this field? What can we do to mitigate this bubbling situation, that is these rifts that are now opening between science and between public discourse about these matters? And for example, THL is facing serious critique and questions, and in social media are doing probably their best to answer, but there's a lot of misunderstandings even in human dialogue. So how to even statements are being misunderstood. So So this is a really, really big challenge, and it's really about a collaborative challenge. And if we lose the game now, it will be even more difficult to bridge the rifts later. So it's really important that we try to have this dialogue facilitated so that we don't lose this society. So regarding yet more principles, so valuing everybody. I think this is a very important principle. And how do we do that? For example, with respectful dialogue. And then the question is, can we digitalize respectful dialogue? How can we apply it in the digital? And when we study empirically data, texts, do we really bring to view the words and concepts and expressions that different people use? So do we value the difference, the variety of humanity and their way of expressing themselves in trying to understand them and without judgment? Do we take it all in, or do we say that, okay, these people's views and these people's talk is valuable and these people's is not valuable? These are researcher choices that we make. Do we take care that our data is representative of all, or just the people that we can easily access or that are in our vicinity? Do we take care of these issues? This is crucial in creating systems and algorithms that people feel that they are represented in them, that they are included. This feeling of inclusion needs to be already in the choice of data. Some other principles, I have mentioned awareness now and connectedness in this slide. And this fostering awareness relates to, for example, what Minna was talking about, what is the view of self that the algorithms reflect back to us, and mentioning that often people don't see themselves, that the data is somehow skewed, that the features that the algorithms represent give a totally incomplete or incomprehensible picture. So this is important. What is the view of us that is being reflected? And how can we, our own reflection be facilitated? So instead of giving the power to algorithms to reflect us, could we ourselves reflect ourselves and then be heard better from the algorithms and from each other? Can we reflect more in order to be included, feel included? How can we facilitate this in digital platforms? And also fostering connectedness instead of separation. Can we move from asking what separates us to asking what connects us? The power of questions and how you formulate them is immense. What common grounds is there? How can we identify that? And yet another principle on addressing ignorance. When we are faced with ignorance, I mean, ignorance is a human trait, and education is about addressing ignorance. So it's research and education that deals with this problem. But what is the strategy that we employ when addressing it? So do we lecture them on the correct facts and then as in some social media digital platforms, employ everybody to watch their neighbor and report to the system everyone who tells incorrect facts? So what kind of digital platform and environment this creates? What kind of societal structures, what kind of social network does and trust and culture does this kind of digital feature create? This is like a Stasi approach, and it also represents a fixed mindset about the people and the reality, stationary worldview, and it creates a negative peer culture. So it is these choices that we make when we create our digital platforms. Or do we instead build processes that ask questions and help everybody in asking more questions? Questions open things up. They open the connections and they help us develop thinking. So can we do this in the digital? Can we take the Socratic approach in our algorithms? Can we adopt the growth mindset, open-ended dynamic worldview, and dialogue and collaborative culture in our digital environments? Can we move from fear culture to trust culture? Can we facilitate that? And yet another, the hypercritical culture seems to be prevalent especially in social sciences still. So can we have a more balanced view? Focus also on the good. Meet bubbles with love, compassion, awareness, and building safety and trust. I would suggest that. So also, can we then consider our own research results in terms of this kind of root principles, or like the trunk of the tree? How does our research result apply certain principles? Does it increase awareness? Like in my case, this medicine radar, I thought that I want to present it from the point of view, like which principles does it use? I think it increases awareness, empowers and facilitates users. It values variety of perspectives and enhances, kind of is an example of collaboration and co-creation between data science and social sciences. So can we, and it also lacks certain principles like controlling methods and manipulative or persuasive intent. So could we have research outcomes described in terms of the principles that they employ? And I will not go into the details of this work itself, but again, we have to ask, is our focus on the academic science, the results and the methods, or is our focus on the entire path from objectives, principles, methods to results for the society, for humanity?
Krista, please, we are a little bit over time already. Yeah. Okay,
so some of the things that I have been doing is the research group in formation, several new courses, PhD students. We are involved in infrastructure roadmap that just happily got funded, and funding is still an issue. But I think this is gives some ideas of what I've been doing, working on the communication and the culture of collaboration in these years. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the very important presentation on several issues on digitalization. We have a question there, but or actually
okay,
two questions,
Lily
yes, but a short answer.
Yes.
Yes,
so
please.
Do you think that the personifying algorithms contributes in a significant way to the design? Yes, so the personification algorithms is exactly what contributes to the differing worldviews, that we are kind of creating the differing realities now, especially now that people don't even meet. So everybody has their personalized digital environment and it's separate from everybody else's. So no wonder we have bubbles. So we have to really work on creating shared spaces, not only personalized spaces. So this is important, and it's really the function of society to do this. Second question. That's a good question. What is from Jorg, what is the essential difference of the new bubbles to non-digital bubbles that always existed? So I think that when we think of history, there have always been, it's like the Dark Ages, when there was no shared mass communication. But are we now, is the digital world dividing us again into the Dark Ages, where if we don't have any shared mass communication, shared understanding of reality, if we have only personalized spaces, are we yet again in an area of where we don't really know if other ends of the world exists. So we need to take care of the shared spaces. That's my viewpoint.
Okay, thanks for the talk and the questions. And we have to move now on to the next presentation of Mateo Dirkhis on algorithms for social science applications.
Hi, Eero. First of all, can you hear me? And
yes, and Krista, can you stop sharing?
Now I'm going to attempt to share my screen. If I don't manage, I'm going to ask you to please play the recorded presentation, but let's see. Okay. So hopefully now you can see the slides.
Yes.
Great. So hi everyone. I'm Michael Matthew Dirkhis. I'm assistant professor at the Department of Computer Science, University of Helsinki. And today I'm going to give a brief overview of my research group and highlight some of the work that may be of interest to attendance of this event. So the name of the group is Algorithmic Data Science, and it has existed for a couple of years, since 2018, when I joined the Department of Computer Science. We're a quite international group. Besides myself, the group consists also of Yan Hao Wang, a postdoctoral researcher. He came to us after completing his PhD in Singapore at the National University of Singapore, as well as Arpit Merchant, Ananth Mahadevan, and Sahith Pai, who are doctoral students of computer science. The group also collaborates with students from other faculties, particularly from social sciences in some cases, supervises master's thesis, and benefits also from international collaborations. Before I describe the group's work, let us consider first what we mean with the term data science. So data science is the field that lies at the intersection of computing, probability, and applied domains. By applied domain here, we refer to the object of the study and the questions that we try to answer about it. It may be that the object is social interactions, if you are a social scientist, for example, or large corpora of text, if you're a linguist, or it may be business transactions, if you're an analyst working at a company. Probability, or as others would call it here, statistics, refers basically to the mathematics that we use to quantify our uncertainty about our assumptions, as well as the claims that we make based on the data. For example, if we're trying to infer a small piece of text that is missing from an ancient document, how certain are we that the missing text is this or that phrase? We ask, what probability do we assign to each? Or considering the effectiveness of a vaccine, how certain are we that it is effective given the data from the vaccine trials? We ask, what is the probability that it is effective? And finally, with computing, we refer to algorithms that are used to process the data that come from the applied domain, but also to perform the sometimes heavy probabilistic calculations. In our work as a group, we are driven from applications that are of societal interest, and this is our connection with HELDIG and the summit. For example, we build algorithms to design affirmative action policies, or evaluate automated decisions, or analyze the interactions of people on the web and online social networks. I should note also that while we're often driven from applications of societal interest, much of our work focuses on computational aspects of data science, and we develop efficient algorithms for computational challenges that arise in many data science tasks. Our goal is to develop computational techniques that will make data science easier for digital humanities and social sciences, and also for other applied domains. Note, however, that I'm not going to describe the computational part of our work during this talk. Instead, in what follows, I will discuss two applications of societal interest that we have worked on. The first one is related to the design of fair decision policies, and in particular, affirmative action policies for university admissions. I mentioned also one published work related to this topic in case you want to check the details later. And the second one is related to the evaluation of automated decisions, in particular over biased data. And again, you can see the related publication on the slide. Let us begin with affirmative action policies for university admissions. The setting here is one that most of us are familiar with. Students obtain a set of scores during high school, for example, high school grades or scores at various standardized tests on language, math, and other subjects. And then they apply to university programs with those scores. Subsequently, applicants are assigned a total admission score based on the individual subject scores, for example, the average of those scores, or a weighted average of those scores. And the applicants with the highest admission scores are admitted to the programs of preference. Moreover, applicants are associated with different socioeconomic attributes, for example, gender and income. Our task now is to design a bonus policy to favor underrepresented groups according to those socioeconomic attributes. For example, the policy may be to give, let's say, 5 bonus points to females who apply for an engineering school if females are underrepresented there. And in addressing this task, we aim for 2 competing, actually conflicting goals. One is to achieve equal in-group admission rates. This means that the chances for a female applicant to be accepted should be similar to those of male applicants. And at the same time, we aim for excellence, which means that we want to admit the students with the best scores. Sometimes those 2 aims are conflicting, because if you must admit students necessarily from one group, then this might lead you to ignore some good students, good applicants from the other group. We combine, however, the 2 aims by defining a measure of policy quality. I don't specify it here, but I can say that it is higher basically when the scores of the admitted students are higher and when the difference between the admission rates is lower. And then we try to identify the bonus policy that would optimize this measure. In other words, we determine how many points we should give to what group so that this measure is as high as possible. To further illustrate the situation, consider the 2 plots on this slide. The data for these plots come from university data from Chile. We got access to all the applications for several years for all universities. That was an extremely valuable data set. But here I'm showing particularly data from one high-ranking engineering school in Santiago. So for both plots, the x-axis corresponds to admission scores for each candidate, and the y-axis corresponds to the volume of candidates, how many candidates, what fraction of candidates actually applied with a given admission score to the engineering school. And the plot on the left shows the distribution of the admission score for male and female applicants. The plot on the right shows the distribution of admission score for applicants in the higher 50% and lower 50% of the income distribution. And basically from the plots, we can see that there are some differences between the score distributions for female and male applicants. However, the differences are much larger between high income and low income students. So this would mean basically that in this scenario, high income students are much more likely to be accepted by the engineering school. So now the algorithm that we developed basically processes the data, the application data that we have available, and based on the data, it calculates the right bonus value to optimize our objective measure. And our results from our study indicate that for the specific engineering program, we can design bonus policies that increase considerably the admission rate of low-income applicants with very small compromise in the scores of the admitted applicants. However, at the same time, I should note that we found that a policy that works, that is designed basically for applicants of 1 year, is very unlikely to work well for applicants of other years. And this is because there is significant variation between cohorts of applicants from year to year. And this uncertainty is a big challenge. The change in the applications from year to year is a challenge that we're currently addressing in a work that is under review. Next, let us consider another application, that of evaluating automated decision makers over biased data. I will describe the setting with one hypothetical example. And let me stress from the beginning, the example is hypothetical, for the moment at least, but I use it to demonstrate the kind of application that I'm talking about. So consider someone who performs a possibly illegal act. For example, someone is arrested while running with a bag of 500 euro bills that are missing from a bank. That person is then led to court, where a judge first has to set a date for the actual trial. And in addition, the judge has to make an important decision, whether to allow the person to go home after depositing bail, that is, after depositing an amount of money as promise that the person will return for the trial, or if the person will be led to jail and wait there for the trial. Now, if the judge decides bail, then there are two possible outcomes. One is that the person will go ahead, steal some more money, and not appear at the trial. This will be a bad outcome for the judge. Another outcome is that the person will simply come back to the court at the date set for the trial. And this is a good outcome from the perspective of the judge. Moreover, if the judge decides jail, then the good outcome for the judge is guaranteed. Basically, the defendant will be led by the police promptly back to the court on the day of the trial. Of course, in practice, not everyone who awaits trial is considered dangerous enough to keep in jail, so the judge decides bail for some cases. And now notice also that every such decision by the judge creates also a written record, or in other words, it creates data. Now that we have described how the bail or jail decisions work, we come to that hypothetical scenario where this bail or jail decision is made automatically by an automated decision system, that is, by a computer, possibly according to some predetermined rules. So here, instead, we would have a computer. However, before we replace the judge with a computer for that decision, we would like to evaluate how well the computer would do if it would replace the judge. And to do that, we ask the computer to tell us what decisions it would have made for cases that we have seen the historical record that is in the data. If the computer makes many decisions that, according to historical data, have led to bad outcomes, then certainly we do not want to use it in real life. However, here arises a challenge. What if the computer decides bail in a case where the judge had decided jail? The historical record does not tell us directly what would have happened if the defendant had been allowed to go home and wait for the trial. Would the defendant have returned or just avoided the trial? This is why we say that the data that we have available are biased from past decisions. We simply do not have access to all possible outcomes for past cases, and we cannot evaluate directly the computer in such situations. However, we can address this challenge using counterfactual analysis. And this is a probabilistic theory that in some settings allows us to answer with some degree of certainty counterfactual questions like what would have happened if a defendant who was led to jail had been allowed bail instead. And these answers are based on the data that we have. So basically, the algorithm that we develop then essentially goes over the historical data and guesses those missing outcomes so that we can evaluate the computer's decisions. And the various simulated experiments that we have performed, including ones that are based on real data, indicate that in a broad range of settings, we're able to correct the bias in the data and correctly evaluate the computer's decisions. I do not have the time to describe the algorithm now, but you can see the details in the paper. One final note here is that while judges will probably not be replaced by computers very soon, the scenario and the challenge that it poses extends to other cases of decision making as well. So not only when the decision is between bail or jail, but also when it is a decision of a bank whether to give a loan or not, or when it is a decision of a doctor whether to give a medicine or not. In such scenarios, an automated decision system would have to be evaluated before it is actually used for real decisions. For example, we would not want to use an automated medical system before testing. And similarly to the bail or jail scenario, the historical data do not include outcomes for decisions that were not made. And this poses a challenge when we have to evaluate, using the historical data, an automated decision system that might make those decisions for which outcomes are missing in the historical data. So the message here is that in such scenarios, we should have a way to guess such missing outcomes. Otherwise, the results of our evaluation could be very much off. And luckily, as I mentioned, we have methods to do that in some scenarios. To summarize, I have given a very quick overview of the Algorithmic Data Science Research Group. Our group consists of computer scientists, and most of what we do focuses on computational aspects of data science. However, our work is often driven from societal applications, two of which are described here. Such applications are very useful for us because they allow us to identify computational challenges that arise in practical scenarios and could have real impact. And thinking a little longer term, the vision of the group is that in a few years from now, we will have addressed enough and the right ones, the right computational challenges to build data science tools and systems that will make data science much easier for various applied domains, including digital humanities and social sciences. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Michael. And there's one question. Would it be more acceptable if the algorithm could explain its decisions?
Sorry, just 1 second. I cannot see actually the question right now.
Yeah, the question is, would it be more acceptable if the algorithm could explain its decisions?
Yes, I think definitely so. And there is actually a large area of current research that tries to produce explainable decisions, basically to build probabilistic models that are easily understood by humans. Such probabilistic models might be based on let's say, like might be making their decisions based on like whether you are in this case, the decision is that, and whether you are in that other case, your decision is different. Like something that is easily comprehended by humans. So definitely so, and there is like a lot of work going on there right now.
Yeah. Okay. I think we have to move on to the next session. I think your presentation was a kind of nice introduction, in a sense, to the next presentation by Professor Riikka Koulu on law and digitalization, lessons learned from automated decision making.
Yes, thank you, Eero. You should see my slides now.
Yes.
Perfect. So first of all, thanks for the opportunity to come and present some of my work today here at the HELDIG Summit. Kind of like what I wanted to be talking about today actually is my own personal HELDIG journey during this first 5 years of HELDIG. And where has this trip taken me? What have I learned, and where are we going next? I think that in comparison to the other presentations and the other professor positions in HELDIG, something interesting about my position is that digitalization does not refer so much to the methods of research, but more to the substance, and trying to understand what digitalization means for law. And within socio-legal scholarship, this has also meant for me that we basically lack a theory or understanding of what would be digitalization of law, and trying to establish this approach and starting to fix the lack of theory and the lack of conceptualizations regarding digitalization has been something that I've been considering as the first step in my scientific journey in this area. So a couple of words about my background. So originally I have a legal background, and I've been looking into procedural law and legal theory. So I've been trying to understand conflict management and how technology changes conflict management and experiences of procedural justice. And that has been what I've been doing the past 10 years. And I've learned something, but that is still the big question that is driving me. So what is the difference that the technology makes on the level of legal practices, and particularly on the level of legal decision making, which is one of the most focal focal legal practices in our society. So basically what the judges do, what do administrators do, and how do they make their everyday decisions in collaboration with and around computers. So if a purely legal scholar would start approaching this theme of law and digitalization, there would be two focal anchors that would frame the legal discussion. And one of them is the EU's ongoing regulatory action to try to address the negative consequences of artificial intelligence across society. This regime is particularly focused on data protection and privacy issues, as well as liability issues. And the second legal anchor or legal framing would be the ongoing national reform we have to allow different forms of automation within the public sector. And this legislative approach has been mostly focusing on discretion and what does it mean to automate discretion, and is that the final frontier which we can never automate? Something that I find really interesting is that these legal framings also have the tendency to affect our society and kind of how do we build the problems related to digitalization in different forms. So they are not simply about legal scholars trying to, or legislators coming to terms with potential regulatory gaps, but instead they affect our understanding of the societal long-term consequences related to digitalization. So they sort of extend beyond law in any case. And in this way, these legal framings are also a way to start addressing the fears both the legal system and citizens as well as politicians have against digital technologies. So I would say that law in this sense is a window to look at the fears and our hopes of control over our uncertainty of future. But so where have I come on this level of theory formation, and what is it about this digitalization? So first of all, I'm not sure if I have ever been that comfortable with the word digitalization, and I have found my own vocabulary in the computational turn, which sort of remedies the problem I'm seeing on the legislative level, where we currently perceive that AI is the huge new thing and it's an unprecedented thing and nothing like this has ever happened, and there's this sense of urgency created in the policy and regulatory documents. Whereas I do think that as a socio-legal scholar, my perspective is try to bring these developments and these policy debates within the broader societal context. And when we start to approach these questions in terms of we have used computers in everyday practices for 70 years, suddenly we have a broader perspective to start asking what difference does the technology in this particular current context make? So hence computational turn instead of digitalization or instead of AI. What I hope to bring to the discussion is this procedural perspective to what I call the dynamic reciprocity of law, technology, and society. So basically, we often have this notion that law lags behind technological development, but when we look at it closer, we see that there's this intricate interrelationships between these different regimes. So law, at the same time as it tries to capture new societal and technological developments, it also shapes the frameworks in which technology can be developed. And we can also say that law in a way and legal regulation is the hammer that the society has for creating control over the uncertainty of future. So I would contest that sort of very ubiquitous notion that law lags behind, and hence we should pick up our game. Another perspective is that I've seen a lot of the policy documents focus on this difference between humans and machines. And I think this narrative is also very ubiquitous, not only in law, but in broader contexts. But for me, a more fruitful starting point is to understand this as hybridization, so how decisions are made in collaboration between humans and computers. And if we start to put this into smaller pieces of what is happening in legal decision making in courts, in public administration, even in private organizations, we see that there's several steps that sort of precede automation of these processes, and standardization of working methods and datification of those working methods are some of the steps that precede. And this also enables us to question what is actually the difference between the analog legal processes and the current digital processes, or is there actually any difference? How standardized were those older forms of legal decision making? Something that this work has also revealed to me is interesting facts about law. So sort of when we start to approach digitalization, the computational turn, or automation of legal practices, we come face to face with what actually we consider law to be. And something that has been very revealing in my own work is that there's this very sedimented medium of law, which is humans. So law is fundamentally a human practice, although on the level of legislation, we do not see the humans. So sort of revealing this anthropocentricity of law has been one of the fundamental outcomes of the work I've been doing and my research group has been doing at the Legal Tech Lab, about which you will be hearing more this afternoon. But yeah, my journey, my HELDIG journey started with understanding the substance of digitalization, and then starting to figure out how could we start to digitalize socio-legal research on digitalization. And this has turned out to be quite a challenge, because in our research group, we first realized that we don't really have a very strong tradition of empirical research in socio-legal studies. So before we can start to discuss automation or digitalization of that, we sort of need to backtrack a bit and start asking about, well, first the theory formation, and then which methods can we use? What are the questions we're trying to address here? And what are the data sets we could be using and the research infrastructures? And this journey is only in the beginning, but we have been making some progress on that level too, and realizing also the links between the substance and the methods and how those cannot be really separated from one another has been one of the interim results of that work that continues. So this is something that I already discussed. So instead of sort of juxtapositioning humans and machines, when we start to think about how to regulate computers, we should see that it's about collaboration. And then once we see this collaboration and interaction as a fundamental part of legal decision making, we can start to ask again, what are the fundamental themes and how those fundamental themes of socio-legal scholarship are changing with digitalization. The perspective that I'm interested in is how we are automating legal processes and what are those processes of automation. And the big themes this leads us back to are, well, age-old questions of legal scholarship. So legitimacy, access to justice, and experiences of procedural justice. There are three main points here. One of them that I find really interesting, and I already referred to, is this anthropocentricity and how we sort of mystify human agency in kind of like the sedimented deep structure of law when we start to think about the discretion of human decision makers and how that is sort of the final frontier. A question that has been more sidelined but is starting to make its way to the surface is this ethics of encounter. So we have up until now thought that law is very objective and very positive. but sort of this discussion on automation has proven that there are these fundamental elements of human encounter that are implicitly embedded, particularly in our procedural values, such as the right to be heard. And unraveling what this actually means from the perspective of hybridization is something that I find very fascinating in my own work. And then the third point and the final point I basically wanted to make is that this whole understanding of digitalization, computers, hybridization, datafication has led me to think about procedural design and how that is not simply about the visualization of the layout when we come up with a fancy website for the citizens to access legal information, and how it is not simply about the layout of the case management system in the courts, but instead we sort of need to understand the architectural similarities of law and technology and sort of make use of this to portray those positive features instead of focusing on the negative bias that Krista referred to in her talk. A point back to methods is actually embedded in this idea. So legal scholars very often like to think in terms of generalizations. We are in the business of generalizations that take the form of generalized legal rules. But in order to understand how the computers are changing legal decision-making, I've noticed the, well, not so surprising fact that we cannot say anything, well, what we can say on a generalized level about these changes is very limited, but instead we sort of need to address and understand and take seriously the context dependency of the design choices that ultimately shape what the consequences are in a given organizational, institutional, legal, societal context. And that takes us sort of back to the methods question that has been a problematic one for socio-legal scholarship forever. And some of the work that I hope to be building on in the future in my methods journey is to look at these design practices more carefully in collaboration with different institutional actors and see where does it lie? How are we shaping actually these legal procedural rights at the same time as we're shaping the technological architectures? An interesting perspective here is that when we look at the long development of legal discourses from the Enlightenment era, we see that still during the 18th century, we were talking about subjects of law, whereas then later on, this was changed first to the customers of law. And now there's this emerging narrative that we are no longer talking about the customers of law or administration, but we're starting to talk about users. And what do these discursive shifts actually mean regarding how we're configuring those ultimate, well, end users, those who are seeking justice, and how do these configurations actually change legitimacy and the very foundation of legal protection. Here are some of my recent publications. So I've been trying to understand both digital transparency, this proceduralization, the element of human beings in legal decision-making, what is transparency, and what are these hopes and fears we are attributing to automation. My journey is continuing, and I'm happy to say that I also believe HELDIG's journey is continuing. And I still wanted to say one final remark of thanks, actually, that HELDIG has presented us during these 5 past years an important contribution to creating the interdisciplinary culture, research culture, both at the Helsinki University as well as at the Aalto University, and is continuously contributing to this very new mindset that we HELDIG professors and more broadly researchers in these 2 universities are starting to collaborate more and more, because HELDIG, I think, has been one of the contributors in making us understand that the challenges we are now addressing are something that cannot be solved within single disciplines, but instead they call for this very demanding, very intriguing interdisciplinary collaboration that we have been building here these last years. So my biggest thanks are to Eero, to HELDIG community, and all of us. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. Interesting. This has been a very active area in HELDIG, and lots of people are interested in these legal matters, as we can see in the newspapers, for example, in Finland. Lots of discussions related to these issues. I think we have to now move on. If you have questions, you can use the chat for those still for anyone who has presented. The next presenter would be Darya Gritsenko, but she's on maternal leave, raising the next generation of digital humanists. And she sent us a video, but since she's not present, couldn't come here, I think we can play the video in the end and move on to Katja Valaskivi on studying religion in the digital world, case of conspiracy theories. I wonder if it's okay for you, Katja.
Yes, this comes as a sudden, but I'm ready. I'm always ready, and thank for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Let me get my screen sorted. So I will first share the screen. Can you now see my presentation?
Yes.
Good. So, well, thank you for your intriguing presentations, colleagues, so far. And thank you for the opportunity to talk about the work I am doing with my work. And my background is different from the colleagues that spoke earlier. I have basically just started a year ago as a professor in this HELDIG program. And I'm looking forward to the future, but this means that I am still trying to figure out what is studying religion in the digital world, which is my area of research in this position. My background is in media studies. I'm a social scientist, and throughout my career I have been interested in belief systems and religions and ideologies, and the role of media in the development of these belief systems, religions, and ideologies. And I'm intrigued by the question of how could we study and find out these collective processes of formation of belief systems and ideologies, religions, and how are these media technologies part of this process? And my research features both of these HELDIG areas. We are both developing methods, and then we are looking at digitalization, or maybe this computational turn would be a better. Thank you, Riikka, for this term. Maybe that would also ease the uncomfortable feeling that I have with the word digitalization. But we are looking at the impact or the computational turn in terms of as a societal phenomenon in the context of religion. And what we do in terms of research in okay, let me see. I have an issue with my notes. Just a minute. Okay, here we go. So what our research is on what we like to call native digital data, data that is born digital. It's media and social media data, rather than digitized archives or so forth. And our methods are mixed methods. We do a digital ethnography combined with various computational methods. And our interest is in circulation. How is the social reality constructed and sustained in this mediated circulation of different types of media contents? And in this talk, I have decided to focus on one current example of what we do, conspiracy theories. And I am trying to look at the in the interface of religion and media environment, or the digital world, as the title of my professorship puts it. So let me change the slide. First, just a little bit context. I am currently leading in University of Helsinki, leading these two research projects. One of which is called The Politics of Conspiracy Theories, funded by the Helsingin Sanomat Foundation. And then another one, it's a consortium led from University of Tampere, and I'm leading a sub-project in this consortium on extremist networks, narcotics, and criminality in the dark web. And in this context, I will now talk about the conspiracy theories. So conspiracy theories, as you know, have been a research topic that has been in high demand this year. The COVID-19 epidemic and then the presidential election in the US have kind of spurred out a flock of different types of conspiracy theories. And just an example of how high demand it has been, our research group has given around 80 media interviews this year. I've done a part of them, but mostly our postdoctoral researcher Niko Pyrhönen has been in the fire giving these interviews. And so what are some of the questions that we've been asked? The interest has been in political usage and utilization of conspiracy theories. Questions like, why do people believe in these? The point of view has been fairly individualistic in psychological questions. And then obviously, most of you probably have heard the conspiracy theory QAnon. And this has been mostly the reason why we've been contacted. Why and how does it spread? We've even asked by some journalists of the religious features of this phenomenon, and religious features. I gave this wide interview on different aspects of religiosity in this phenomenon, and in the piece of news, then what actually appeared was what kind of allegories and mythology of Christianity, what kind of linkages there are in this particular conspiracy theory to Christianity. So this example is to kind of exemplify the question that I'm kind of dealing with in this position, where I am looking at religion in the digital world. And the question that I have been asked, not by the journalists, but by people who are interested in this field, the question that I come across fairly often, also from some colleagues, is how is this study of religion? So why conspiracy theories? How is this study of religion? And this question obviously ties into what is religion and in religious studies, but also beyond. How do we understand what is religion? And there's Professor David G. Robertson from Open University in UK, who has actually started from studying conspiracy theories very early in his career. And he says that in religious studies, it has gradually expanded the idea of conspiracy theories being a legitimate field of research in religious studies, but it still causes bewilderment both inside and outside of religious studies. So I'm now moving on to looking at some aspects of how conspiracy theories and the spread of conspiracy theories has been explained, and then looking at possible alternative ways of conspiracy theories. So obviously the one thing that often comes is, why do people kind of meddle into these types of alternative ways of thinking? The comment of they are crazy, or they are crazy people, or their mental capacity or is somehow kind of they don't have a normal mental capacity, they're insane. There are psychological explanations, questioning rationality, referring to these ideas as irrational or paranoid, or something that are based on leaps of logic. They are illogical. And then there are these political explanations, the political explanations where conspiracy theories are seen as motivated reasoning, and obviously these days we've also seen how much conspiracy theories have been used for propaganda purposes, and this maybe is the most problematic side of conspiracy theories, which I'm going to come into in a few minutes. So there's also the question of socio-economic political hierarchies. So often they say that conspiracy theory is the something that is tied to people who have lower level of education, people who are poorer, people who are not on high ladders of the society. But the thing is that the term conspiracy theory itself is problematic. Actually, conspiracy theories are non-falsible. We cannot prove that conspiracy theories, these conspiracy theories are wrong. The problem is that there is often a grain of truth in conspiracy theories. For instance, in QAnon, the main argument is that there is this elite conspiracy, mostly Democrat elite conspiracy that abuses children. And that Trump is the savior who will then put these people into jail and get rid of abuse of children in the world. Well, in fact, abuse of children in the world is an actual societal problem. But the question is, well, then when the conspiracy theory goes further to state that Trump will solve this issue, then we can start to question the real foundation of this theory. But it is a social problem, and this ties to what Krista was saying earlier, that we are now living in the world where people go on challenging the ideas or foundations of our collective imagining, our collective belief systems. And belief systems, I actually include in collective imagining or belief systems things like law and money, and the ways in which we greet each other, or whether or not we can go to work when we have the sniffles. So I think that all these types of belief systems or imaginaries have been questioned with the coronavirus, and it opens up this space of speculation and that's one of the reasons why we now see a lot of conspiracy theories. But when all these approaches to conspiracy theories have proven somehow maybe not problematic, but they've only shown one part of the issue. So then I see that we should also look at the conspiracy theories from the point of view of belief. And bear with me, I will come to the digital part in just a brief minute. So in order to move on to move forward with the idea of looking at conspiracy theories from the point of view of belief, I want to look at the issue of epistemic capital. and David Robertson also talks about this, so that we tend to think that there are certain ways of understanding the world that are better than others. So we tend to think that scientific way of producing knowledge of the world, and I'm not questioning this, but we understand that's our social belief system, that we understand that scientific knowledge, scientific production of knowledge is the hegemonic one, and that's the one that brings us a most reliable knowledge of the world. The weakness of scientific knowledge in this media environment is that it is never certain. It is always questioned. The process for scientific knowledge building is that the findings of science are always questioned. And so that's the weakness in this media environment. So another hegemonic understanding of or epistemic capital is tradition, and tradition is a very wide area, but we can also see tradition as part of scientific knowledge building. If we think of for instance, clinical practices in medicine, a lot of that is based on tradition. Obviously, tradition is also related to culture and our understanding of the basis of our culture. So then there is the recognized form of epistemic capital, which is the experience. Something that we experience ourselves is seen as relevant and recognized way of understanding the world. It is also utilized in an oppositional form of epistemic capital, where I will now move on to. So
we are
okay.
going behind the schedule.
Okay,
so
I will be quick. Okay, yes. So there are also these illegitimate forms of epistemic capital, such as channeled knowledge, synthetic or intuitive knowledge, which conspiracy narratives can be seen as part of. And then there are these opposing forms of knowledge, challenging and countering science and scientific findings. So the conspiracy theories moving around these days actually tie into the scientific knowledge by saying, do your own research. And our media environment provides an environment where we can all become our own researchers and think that we will find the right way of understanding the world. So the social media and internet has given a room not only to lay people, but also to specialists of other fields than medical specialists to speculate in Twitter and so on. And this speculation is thick in the air, and trust in scientific knowledge and institutions is faltering. I will try to jump into my conclusion. So the challenge also at the moment might seem larger than it is, because of what we collectively pay attention to. This media environment of ours is an attention apparatus, as we have heard earlier. The conspiracy theories, they have existed for hundreds of years, and religious studies thinks that the impact of social media is not as significant in creating conspiracy theories as we think. There is always historical fluctuation, and the new media environment makes political usage of conspiracy theories at the moment possible in different way than it used to be. So I will just, okay, I had a couple of other points, but I will thank for my part now and just show a couple of publications that we've already managed to publish, and give the floor to the next speaker. And if there is one question, maybe I can answer that.
Yes, thank you. Very sort of interesting talk, and these issues are very up to date, so to say. Conspiracy theories and so on. It's nice to see that these HELDIG themes are now during the coronavirus and other times have become even more and more important than they were before it. So if there are any questions, we can also continue. I think we can continue it in a chat as well, because we are running a little bit out of time. So if you could ask whatever you have in mind on the chat, and Kati could perhaps answer there. So the next presentation, unfortunately, is cancelled because Petri Ihantola on big data learning analytics couldn't make it for the conference. So we move on to the last live presentation by Eetu Mäkelä on how to do computational research in the humanities and social sciences. So Eetu, please.
Yes, thank you, and hello all. So I'll riff off of Katja's last presentation, do your own research. So what this presentation is about is exactly that. How should we do our own research in an interdisciplinary domain and on big unstandard data? I've pre-recorded the presentation, so I'll mute my video and instead play the video. So please comment if the sound doesn't come through. I have weird audio routing also here, but let's try. The underpinnings of successful data-centric research in the humanities and social sciences. That's the large, long-term research question that we are trying to answer in the Human Sciences Computing Interaction Research Group here at the University of Helsinki. The way we're approaching this question is that we're partnering with a lot of projects, research projects and researchers across the humanities and social sciences, and seeking to identify common concerns across them, be they technical, processual, or epistemological, and often they're all of these three. And then once we've identified these common concerns, we try to develop solutions not only on the tool and technical infrastructure level, but also on a processual best practice, as well as sort of epistemological foundational level. To make this more concrete, we'll first go over the biggest problem that we've identified in research, which is the problem of non-standard data. The core issue here is really that common to all research is to be able to infer something about reality. The data you are using for research needs to accurately reflect that reality. In experimental and survey research, this is usually handled in the experiment and survey design phase. So you are able to control data gathering and design data gathering in a way that it will speak to the question that you are trying to answer. However, in a lot of these humanities and social science projects using big data, that data has already been created and has been created not for research purposes. And there's usually also a very long chain of development that finally has brought the material to the researcher. For example, if you're interested in 18th century philosophical discussions as they appear in a digitized collection of books, you have to be mindful that the text of those has been automatically transcribed from scanned microfilms, and the microfilms come from what has been stored in the libraries, and all of these steps cause possible biases and errors in the data, so it doesn't directly correspond to what was actually happening in the 18th century. This problem doesn't only concern digitized material, but also born digital data. So if you are interested in the opinions of people as expressed in social media, you have all the problems of getting accurate samples out of the closed platforms. You have problems with the platform affordances changing from under you, as well as a lot of confounders. If you're interested in the opinions of actual people, you want to rule out all the trolls and bots. As a concrete example of the types of data problems, here are examples from the FLOPO project, where we are trying to study the last 20 years of journalistic media in Finland. We thought that, okay, we have nice data from Yle and Helsingin Sanomat for the last 20 years, but then when we started to look into it more closely, we found out that it's actually rife with problems. So for example, for Yle, before 2009, almost all of their material is actually not news, it's just articles and blog posts, basically. So their online news publication started only in 2009. For Helsingin Sanomat, we do have the news for the whole period, but there's this interesting bump in the amount of news between 2011 and 2016. And when we dug into it in more detail, we found out that it's caused by the system, first of all, storing items in duplicate, articles in duplicate, where they have been published in both the online newspaper as well as the print publication, but also there were articles for each different TV and radio program published in the program listings. And by no means is this an isolated example. In all of the projects we've collaborated with, there are huge examples of biases and problems throughout. So the data we have is a mess, and significant effort needs to be devoted to cleaning it up and figuring out all the biases, errors, and confounders in the data. But there's also an additional problem here, which is that even once we have the data and have figured out the biases there, there's still often a huge gap between what the data represents and what we were actually interested in. So then comes the next phase where we are using computational methods to try to enrich and transform the data so that, for example, we are interested in the opinions of people as expressed on Twitter, but we only have the text of the tweets, so we apply sentiment analysis to try to figure out the tweets. The problem with this is that the method that we use must actually bridge the gap. It must sort of surface what we were interested in, and secondly, it needs to be sure not to add bias. So the example here about bias is that, unfortunately, many computational methods do not treat different kinds of material equally. So that in one project we found that neural normalizers didn't normalize language by upper and lower classes equally, which was a problem because we wanted to compare language use between them. And for example, OCR engines don't handle Fraktur and Antiqua fonts equally, of which you can see an example here. And this is a huge problem of when you are trying to look into the historical publication record and compare it across genres, because Antiqua fonts and Fraktur fonts have been used in different parts of the material, different subjects and different times unequally. I also said that the measures must sort of apply to the material and match what we were interested in, the enrichments. So if in one project, in the FLOPO project, we were interested in how affectivity appears in journalistic text, but traditional sentiment analysis tools are meant for really explicit language as it appears in, for example, online reviews. So in online reviews, you get language like absolutely worthless and no one has been able to address my issue, whereas journalistic texts subscribe to this ritual of objectivity where affect should not appear, so all affect in that text is actually really hedged. And later in our research we found that it's mostly encoded in metaphorical expressions, such as here, expresses must come down, everyone must bear the brunt, and there is storm and mayhem ahead when the new course is set. So traditional sentiment analysis just doesn't catch these. Additional concerns, apart from the problems in metadata that we've encountered in many projects, are the social issues and the cultural issues, where the collaborators come from very different disciplines and they have very different expectations and methods and understanding of how research works. Also, often, partially due to this interdisciplinarity, is that it's not clear at the start what the problems in the data are, or what's relevant, what do we actually want to do, and where will this investigation actually lead in the end. So here, now that we've identified some of the core concerns, let's move on to the solutions that we've been able to develop. And here we'll focus on the sort of research process design level, which does touch on both tools and epistemological concerns as well. Our first guideline best practice for designing research processes, interdisciplinary research processes, has been that you need to facilitate constant interaction and the building of common understanding. So way too often projects devolve into the computer scientists doing what they would normally do, and there's no real true interdisciplinary interaction there. It's just on the surface. We found out that you really need constant interaction to go beyond that, and special particular measures for building common understanding. So for example, we regularly hold reading groups in the projects where we read literature from all branches of science involved, and a very key concern is that we maintain constant communication on Slack even when the teams participate in different projects. So the interaction is really every day and doesn't happen only in, for example, workshops or user group meetings. It needs to be constant. The second best practice we've found is that the discussion works best when it can be focused very tightly around practical data and the analysis and the issues. And to enable this, when we develop the technical environment and the tools, we'll always make sure that all the views in the tools are bookmarkable, so that you can just copy the URL and share it on Slack. And through that, whether you are wanting to show what the computational methods bring out, or whether you are a domain scholar wanting to show to the computer scientist that here's an interesting thing, could you capture this automatically, you are able to do that in a tightly focused manner. And that really leads to also, as I said, the computational indicators being developed through such focused interaction. So that's what's happened, for example, in the Flopo project, that the media scholars started reading the material, found out that this metaphorical language was important. Then our linguists looked at the examples they pointed out, figured out which linguistic constructs denoted metaphorical language, and then our computer scientists developed indicators, automated ways to try to flag those metaphors, and then we ran the computational enrichment, and the results were again shown to the media scholars for validation and verification before we moved on. And that's how we were able to sort of really quickly and efficiently move the research forward in an iterative manner. So that's the next point, develop modularly and iteratively. So all throughout, we try to make the most of ready tools and functionality that we can. So we started with just sort of Slack and Google Sheets and this Octavo interface that I had developed in an earlier project, and only iteratively then built the more precise indicators as well as dedicated tools as they became needed. And it's important that this was also built in this modular manner, so that we built distinct tools to do a particular task instead of a monolithic, very large system. And instead, because we make sure that each tool has bookmarkable state and they are web apps, we can link from one app to the other. Second important part in ensuring the ability to develop iteratively is that everything we do on the computational side needs to be reproducible and rerunnable automatically. So I said that this jumping between tools and the modularity and bookmarking is important. We've found out that that's also very important for the analysis phase, where we have the epistemological concerns of how to combine qualitative and quantitative research, so that we, for example, develop a quantitative analysis tool where you are able to find large-scale patterns in the data, but then you are also able to see where the individual articles lie in the spectrum, so that you are, for example, able to look at the outliers, and then you are able to go close read the outliers to figure out whether they are actual phenomena and thus of interests, or whether they are caused by errors, for example, in our computational processing. So this also has led to publications that interrelate quantitative and qualitative reasoning. So from this FLOPA project, we first published in Journalism an article that looked at how much and in which ways on a large scale affectivity was being encoded in the material. And then we jump from this quantitative view to the qualitative to try to interpret what the effect and the metaphors actually are there. So with that, we've now walked full circle through different projects, the different concerns we've identified, as well as the different levels of and types of solutions that we've developed. So the only thing to remain is to look into the future, and this is only the start. Thanks. I'm sure you noticed that in the end I sort of cut the video a bit to fit it into the schedule.
Thank you for your concern. But we have now time for a question or so regarding this presentation. And of course, you can continue discussion in the chat during the lunch break. But are there any urgent questions? Please ask. To now. Okay, if there are no questions, I think we can conclude this morning session, and also you can have a look at Darya Gritsenko's video on the web. You just go to the homepage of the summit, and you will find the video on Russian big data methodology. So we will not play it here, but since Darya couldn't make it, but you can go there and have a look at it yourself. And also these videos that you see here and other materials will be published on the homepage of the summit later on, as soon as we get them from the authors. So many thanks to everybody, and now the next item on the agenda is lunch break, and we will continue this meeting at 1 o'clock sharp. So welcome back then.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to HELDIG Digital Humanities Summit 2020. I am Jorg Tiermann. I'm research coordinator at HELDIG, and I'm also a staff scientist at Aalto University. I will be chairing this afternoon session. So in the morning, we started the day with presentations about the history of HELDIG and a general overview of operations of HELDIG. Then we heard presentations about research conducted by different HELDIG professors and their groups. Now, after the lunch, we will move on to other perspectives to digital humanities. So in this session, we will have 3 talks by other professors at the new Department of Digital Humanities at the Faculty of Arts, where HELDIG's headquarters are. Practical issue, if the audience has some questions for the speakers, I'll ask you to write those in chat, as there are so many of us here today. So let's move on to the first presentation. The first presentation is by Professor Jorg Tiermann from the field of language technology. Unfortunately, Jorg is not able to attend this afternoon session, as he has some conflicting teaching responsibilities to do. So Jorg kindly sent us a video recording of his presentation. So now we will watch that.
Hello, my name is Jorg Tiermann, Professor of Language Technology at the Department of Digital Humanities. I am very sorry that I cannot join you during the live session, but that you have to play this pre-recorded talk instead. Nevertheless, in this presentation, I would like to discuss some of the recent trends in natural language processing, and I would also like to briefly mention some of the projects we work on here in Helsinki. Before going into the more recent trends, I would like to go back to more traditional approaches to language technology to better contrast the development that we can see in the recent years. Many of the previous NLP models are designed for very single purposes only. They are optimized for a very specific subtask and often driven by some theoretical framework. Such approaches may come in different flavors, including strictly rule-based systems, in which they implement a given theory of languages in a computational algorithm, or they might come in terms of data annotation that is used to teach a supervised machine learning system to perform the task of analyzing and processing languages according to that theoretical framework. Due to the focus on formal theories of languages and a particular principle of analyzing real-world data, such an approach comes with certain limitations. First of all, there is no single theoretical framework that fully explains the complexity of human languages and human communication. At least I would like to claim so. Secondly, annotation and rules do not properly reflect the intrinsic ambiguity of languages and the subjectivity of interpretation. Furthermore, most of the work is really language specific, or at least biased towards a specific language. And that leads to a restricted application of such an approach. And in many cases, this applies to English only. Finally, those models typically address intermediate tasks such as part-of-speech tagging or parsing in isolation, and focus a lot on written canonical text. However, if we now look at languages in real life, then we know that those languages behave quite differently. Languages, for the first, are multi-purpose tools optimized for interactive and multimodal communication. Humans use languages to solve complex problems, to socially interact, and to acquire knowledge. Ambiguity and subjectivity are all important in this process. Furthermore, languages are dynamic and constantly change, and they are certainly not independent of each other. Knowing this, it doesn't make much sense to treat each language in isolation, given especially the linguistic diversity that we see in the world and the various relationships between all the languages and those relationships that we could use. With this in mind, modern language technology also tries to model languages in a similar way, as a multi-purpose tool that can be applied to a variety of different tasks. State-of-the-art natural language processing refers to strong pre-trained language models that can be fine-tuned to many different applications. In connection with the public release of such models, this creates amazing opportunities for our field. Transfer learning with neural models has revolutionized natural language processing. Furthermore, neural approaches open the opportunity to combine various languages and modalities in a single gigantic model. Multilingual and multimodal language models are the new trend, and many ideas have been proposed to pick up grounded knowledge from pure data. Here in Helsinki, we are especially interested in the multilinguality, combining information from many languages in one big model. I will come back about this when talking about our own research in the second part of this talk. One of the issues is, of course, that the neural models are very difficult to understand and to interpret. They contain millions of parameters that are not interpretable in isolation. The development of such black box models has been criticized quite heavily, a lot especially from the linguistics and humanistic research point of view. The lack of explainability has been seen as a major obstacle, rendering the use of such model as impossible in general linguistics and digital humanities. It is true that it is very difficult to answer questions about the internals of neural models with all their complexities. It is close to impossible to understand how such models pick up knowledge and where they store it internally. Researchers struggle to identify linguistic structures and patterns and how to interpret the numeric values derived by the data. However, if we look at traditional research in humanities, I can see a lot of striking similarities, where we also study human behavior and human languages without being able to explain the black box of the human mind. Human behavior is also characterized by its complexity, and languages are studied by the communication signals that we can observe. So in some sense, modern black box models in language technology are much closer to research in the humanities and general linguistics than any formal language theory has been ever. So what would be if we treat the black box neural model as a kind of simulation-based approach to linguistics and other topics in digital humanities? Maybe that approach could possibly help us to better understand basic principles of communication, the emergence of linguistic structures, or the acquisition of knowledge, and also the bias we pick up from our environment. Maybe we should see the black box nature of modern technology as an opportunity for studying languages, perception, and communication, instead of seeing it as an engineering evil with no interpretable power. Anyway, in the remaining part of this talk, I would like to quickly mention a few projects that we are working on in our group in Helsinki, even though I will not have a lot of time to go into any details. So as mentioned before, many of our ideas are related to multilinguality and translation. In particular, we develop translation models that combine many languages in one model in order to learn better semantic abstractions for the underlying meaning. And then we especially want to study and investigate the linguistic properties of those models and what they pick up from the data. We focus on so-called downstream tasks that require semantic reasoning, but also emphasize intrinsic evaluations to analyze the internal properties of neural language models. I will give a few examples in the next slides. So one of the earliest models that refer to a highly multilingual language model that we trained is trained to predict text based on some initial input. So this is a kind of text prediction model for about 1,000 languages that we trained on a collection of Bible translations. At the bottom, you can see some of the cherry-picked examples about the capabilities for generating Bible-like text for various languages included in the model. This is, of course, just for illustration. The interesting part is not only that it is able to handle such a diversity of languages, but also that it learns relationships between languages, creating an emerging language continuum that explains the data. So this language space can really be inspected and recovers interesting typological relationships between languages without being informed about linguistic properties in any way. We can see linguistically motivated clusters of languages, and we can also see that the model can effectively blend language information to create arbitrary mixtures between them when we generate from them. So this is quite an entertaining exercise. Additionally, after that, we also looked more deeply into multilingual translation models that combine a large number of languages and even different kinds of modalities to create grounded meaning representations from the translation task. The figure on this slide here illustrates the general setup that we are experimenting with, where we are interested in studying the emerging intermediate meaning representations that we now call a neural interlingua here, which is shared among all the different languages. The interesting part is that we want to see how such meaning representations can be applied in other tasks than machine translation. So some other tasks that the model also is not really trained for. Such a test would then verify that we indeed capture the semantic information by this training behind the surface that we observe in the training phase. Benchmarks exist for different kinds of tasks, and they implement various ways of logical inference, for example, the ones that we have here in the illustration. We can see that our models now can actually improve the recognition of logical entailment and contradictions as seen here in this picture, demonstrating the abilities of multilingual translation models to pick up proper semantic knowledge from our translation training. Another test that we are looking at is whether models can be used for reformulating some kind of input in the same language, even though they are not trained for a paraphrasing task, but instead for translation. Once again, in this test, we would like to see whether the observed input can be mapped into some kind of semantic space. And we can see that those models are able for reformulating and putting some, generating some new paraphrases from given input, even though they are not trained for that. Again, we observe this with some anecdotal examples here in this picture, but it's very interesting to see that the model is actually capable of doing this. Related to this, we can also test the ability of translating between languages that have, between language pairs that have not been seen in the training data. This is typically called zero-shot translation. So the light blue bars in this figure here show the performance of such zero-shot translation, which comes quite close to fully supervised models that include all language pairs during the training. And again, this is another indication that the models really develop a language agnostic representation that connects these different observable surface forms. Now, as a final example, I also would like to show that we are interested in inspecting the internal parameters of the model, trying to understand the structure of the knowledge that is picked up by the network. Here, this illustration marks some different ways of looking at the focus areas of the parameters and how the model is looking at the data when we feed it into the encoder. We can see that the model develops very strong emphasis on local regions, explaining the importance of local context for disambiguation purposes. We also study the linguistic properties that various model parameters pick up. And if you want to know more about all of this, then I encourage you to look at the paper that is linked here below, or just talk to me later. So with all this, I would like to stop my brief introduction of different questions that we are looking at in our research group. Please feel free to contact me in any case that you want to discuss more details about those topics and research questions. To sum up, I would like to point out once again that deep learning and black box models may offer some new benefits that are not really recognized in the humanities. So these interpretation challenges that puzzles us in language technology may shed even more light on human communications as well, and it will tell us more about knowledge acquisition and linguistic structures. Natural languages and translation models, neural language and translation models are not only capable of achieving amazing results in practical downstream tasks, but they may also provide answers to questions about intelligence and cognition, at least I hope. So let's see what will happen in the near future, and I will stop by saying this, and thanks for your attention.
So thanks for Jorg Tiermann about his video presentation about the work of Language Technology Research Group. So Jorg is not here at the moment to answer questions, but he might be able to join us later on in the afternoon. So you can perhaps ask questions in the chat at that time from Jorg. Okay, let's move on. Our next presentation, the presenter is Professor Mikko Tolonen from the field of digital humanities, and he will present computational history as a subfield of digital humanities.
Thanks, Jouni. Good afternoon to everybody. I also made a pre-recording. We need to move on to this world of videos of different types. I will show no slides in this picture, in this video, but Jouni, you can play the tape if you like.
Moments of transition are important. We either capture earlier developments leading up to a point in time and are able to make the past activity into something concrete for the future, or we lose the momentum and the past activity vanishes in the air. This HELDIG Summit, now that the Academy Profi funding is ending, is a good point to reflect also what is happening in particular fields within HELDIG and what has happened during the past 5 years. I want to talk to you about computational history as a subfield of digital humanities. I love digital humanities. Also dislike how digital humanities is consistently used. The best part about digital humanities from the perspective of an intellectual historian is the very clear path towards the future in terms of computational humanities, where the idea is to operate within a particular research tradition by broadening its methodological basis. There's nothing ambivalent about this. Any reasonable person with a scholarly background is able to understand what this is about. I dislike digital humanities and digital history when there is no actual tradition being built, no actual vision or long-term strategy, just a collection of random, often rather trivial methods applied to some whatever subject matter. This kind of activity is not difficult to detect if you have any experience on the field. There's always some ambiguous claim being made about the new knowledge being produced based on new methods. People pick up the language of digital humanities easily without knowing what it necessarily means. Everyone is, of course, free to experiment with whatever they feel like. But the worry is when others buy this. Because in this activity, the actual value of any kind of research tradition is demoted to non-existent. It doesn't matter whether humanities component in the work is contributed by Noel Malcolm or first-year grad student if the research questions don't actually matter. The work becomes pseudo-tech. Some kind of an illusion of magic is pasted on the so-called research. The claim is, of course, that the research questions are there because it has been emphasized consistently in the language of digital humanities. At the same time, this semi-humanities activity creates an ethos of its own code of conduct and values that are detached from actual research traditions, while the humanities components are flattened and mutilated. Pretty bad. Well, it gets worse. Often digital humanities is looked upon as something, as a unified field. That is simply terrifying. It is perhaps even worse than faking a research tradition. The SSH field is formed of so many different subject areas and individual traditions that it's incredible how different the landscape actually is. As a consequence, then, fields like history are looked at from the outside as a unified whole. For anyone working in the field, this is surely something that feels very, very strange. There is a silver line, though. A good point of doing this kind of what belongs to what exercises is that we need to sometimes rise above the surface, take our hands out of the sand, see what might unify or unite a field, also in unexpected ways and in a manner that are not what we would be used to doing. But first, we should be able to express what it is that we are actually doing when using computational methods and why it actually matters. But enough of ranting. I might express things bluntly, but deep inside, I'm an optimist. Or I think I am, perhaps I'm not. But there's still a whole lot of excellent work ongoing currently in the field of digital history globally. It's also shown that within digital humanities, there is a possibility of walking through it all and to be able to maintain an identity within the traditional humanities as well. As I've tried to make explicit, digital history is not a blanket expression. We cannot cover all of historical research. What would that be anyway, or the point? There needs to be a particular focus. And at the Helsinki Computational History Group, we have focused on intellectual history. In intellectual history, there's been a strong claim endorsed, for example, by Quentin Skinner, that the role of the historian is to make interpretations. This has also meant that the craft of the intellectual historian at times resembles something of an artist. The role of methodological rigor is not always there, which is actually quite ironic, because the early phase of the so-called Cambridge School intellectual history that Quentin Skinner was founding since the 1970s at least was about methods. Now, the reason why we need to be careful and also think about the methods and theoretical conceptualizations of the use of digital methods for digital or intellectual history is to exactly understand the role of interpretation. If we claim that historians work or fully work about interpreting the texts, crucial questions of the process leading up to the interpretation, they remain hidden. They are still there. So claims that historians do not have research data or there is nothing to open in the terms of open science, these are actually destructive. Science, even historical research, cannot be impressionist take based on the claim that what matters is interpretation alone. Not saying that intellectual history would be, in a way, dishonest in the same way that part of digital humanities work actually might be. Yet there is a clear pattern of hiding the research process without a need to do so. The advancement of intellectual history, you can think about it as a game. You learn a particular discourse in secondary literature about primary evidence, maybe you even read some when you enter the game, but you situate yourself on this chessboard. Then you think, what kind of impact can you make in the field, and start looking at the primary evidence from this perspective. At the same time, the process often gets hidden. Especially the selection process of sources is not apparent, especially if the evidence for the interpretation is based on anecdotal evidence. So what difference can computation make? There are at least 3 levels of intervention to current state of intellectual history with computation that I want to make. The first point is that if we take Cambridge School intellectual history, the objective there has been to identify specific political languages by placing different texts in their context. Now, by the use of computational methods, we can easily broaden the context and also, just at the same time, unmask the research process about selection of sources until the point we reach the interpretation. The second point that I want to make is that we can also be much more systematic about the relationship between interpretation and the selection and the study processes, and really start pushing the boundary of interpretation based on the use of automatic methods of discovery and other ways of method development. Now, the third point that I want to make is that we can and should bring the cultural and social historical perspectives as integral parts of intellectual history based on the use of computational methods. This has much to do with respect to dissemination, influence, and reception, something that Robert Darnton has made a point about Skinner's enterprise. A further point that I want to make is that there's still plenty of future work to be done, especially theoretical work. What the 3 different pragmatic approaches that are interlinked, but which I just mentioned, what they enable is a better discussion about theory of the subject of study, which is intellectual history, and the use of computation in practice. This is somewhat similar to what Peter de Bolla and Cambridge Concept Lab have been pushing for the past 5 years or so, but they did not spend much time in the 3 points that I made. They kind of wanted to jump directly to interpretation based on the availability of big data for 18th century studies, and of course, Debola's earlier theoretical conclusions. At Helsinki Computational History Group, we had not had the need to prove a particular theory, but what it has been about is building a research program based on the 3 main points that I just outlined. I've claimed that in the tradition of intellectual history, there are 3 main points why computation is needed. I will now briefly discuss these 3 interconnected aspects from the perspective of what we have been doing with computation within the past 5 years here in Helsinki under the HELDIG. The first point was about focusing on the selection processes of primary sources and expanding the context of intellectual history when trying to understand particular texts. We have worked at Helsinki Computational History Group, among other data sources, on early modern British materials in particular, and especially ESTC, ECHO, and EBO databases. What we have done is to build a reproducible ecosystem for the analysis of particular early modern texts. This is a crucial aspect leading to any interpretation of political languages or intellectual traditions. We can now follow through with the claim of unmasking the process leading up to the interpretations. This I consider our most important advancement so far, which is also manifested in everything we are currently doing. We have also started to push the boundaries between clustering and selecting the text for interpretation and then the interpretation itself. With respect to the second point, our work has been more experimental, and we're not yet finished with this by any means, but this is work that we have done, for example, in a NewsEye project and with respect to digitized newspapers. The third point is about bringing the possibilities of dissemination and influence better within the range of intellectual history. Our work, for example, on the early modern British reproducible ecosystem for interpretation is at the same time about this, really. We've finished cases about literary canon, for example, in the early modern English-speaking world, and we're studying the influence of early modern publishing networks for the formation of intellectual traditions in a very broad sense as well as cases of reception and influence. So there is continuity and concrete building blocks to step on to follow the main points that I was making earlier. One of the objectives is also to form a more concrete theoretical framework, as I mentioned, for the computational history and intellectual history in the future by answering the perennial question of what is a concept. These were my reflections on computational history and what we've been doing at HELDIG within the field of computational history during the past 5 years. If you want to look into some detail of our work and how the points that I made about intellectual history are materialized in our work, publications and so forth, you can find all the relevant materials from our website. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikko, for your thought-provoking presentation. I think we have time for some questions if there is some from the audience. So now would be a time to put it in chat. If not, any questions? I thank you, Mikko, again. And I think we can move on to the next presentation in this session. So it will be by Professor Eero Hyvönen from the field of semantic media technology. And the topic is Semantic Web in Digital Humanities, Paradigm Shift from Text Publishing to Serendipitous Knowledge Discovery. So please, Eero.
Eero, you're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, now it's good.
Yes, okay, good. So this is about Semantic Computing Research Group and the research on semantic web and digital humanities. So I try to overview research of over 20 years actually in Finland related to these matters. And first I try to answer the question why linked open data and semantic web for digital humanities in the first place. Then I will show a video about the linked open data infrastructure for digital humanities in Finland that we have been building in HELDIG and Aalto. Demonstrate what it means in practice. I will show a system demonstration and a video about that as well. So there are two layers on the web today. Firstly, there is the web of pages that is targeted for humans. This is the web that we see. We see pages and we can jump from one page to another by clicking on the links. But inside the web, there is another development that has been going on for over 20 years now, the web of data or semantic web. The semantic web is targeted for machines and it contains of linking of data with each other around the Wikipedia, for example, a data knowledge graph representing human knowledge as expressed in Wikipedia. And the idea there is that when the machines can understand the data that's underlying the web, then we can create more easily and more intelligent applications for the humans, the web of pages. And the big guys have entered the game. So this is something that's happening in a large scale in the world. So why linked open data? There are three main reasons. First, by linking data with each other's data silos, everybody wins by collaboration because the data gets automatically enriched by other people's data. So this is a work of collaboration in data level. Then by using this technology, the data of your value increases because you can create using the technology stuff very easily, findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable data according to the famous FAIR principles. And finally, and perhaps more importantly, is that when the machine understands the linked data underneath the web, then it's possible to create more intelligent applications for the public, curators, and researchers alike. We have been driven by the vision of building a national linked open data infrastructure because I think this is really needed for digital humanities. And I will show you a video of this work. I am Eero Hyvönen from the Helsinki Centre for Digital Humanities, HELDIG, University of Helsinki and Aalto University. This short presentation overviews our work on building a national linked open data infrastructure and applications for digital humanities. The work has been done at the Semantic Computing Research Group SECO in collaboration with computer scientists, researchers in humanities and social sciences, cultural heritage organizations and companies. First, the vision of building a semantic web infrastructure in Finland is outlined. After this, work on ontology and linked data services are presented, as well as the sample series of semantic portals based on them. This work demonstrates a paradigm shift for publishing cultural heritage content from printed texts up to artificial intelligence-based systems. Our work has been driven by the vision that a shared linked open data infrastructure is needed for creating cross-domain, cross-organizational cultural heritage applications for digital humanities. Creating such an infrastructure started in 2003 in the National Ontology Service project FinOnto that lasted 10 years and was funded by some 50 Finnish organizations. The need for an ontology infrastructure became evident when we created the Museum Finland system that aggregated and published collection data from different Finnish museums. After the National Ontology project, the focus spread into linked data services, data analysis, and digital humanities research. Today, our work forms the initiative Linked Open Data Infrastructure for Digital Humanities in Finland. We work on modeling history-related phenomena and contents using the event-based approach, on developing linked data and ontology services, and on open source tooling. For this purpose, ontologies for historical places, persons, times, events, and keyword concepts are needed over and over again. We also foster education related to these technologies. To test and demonstrate the feasibility of the infrastructure, a series of 12 semantic portals has been created and 6 new ones are underway. We call them Sampo portals because they are based on the so-called Sampo model for publishing and using cultural heritage data on the semantic web. The Sampo model is based on a shared linked data infrastructure, a collaborative data publishing business model, tools for building user interfaces, and a model for solving research problems. The name Sampo comes from the Finnish epic Kalevala, where the mysterious Sampo artifact is a metaphor for amazing technology that brings its owner riches and good fortune. The Sampo portals have had millions of users. For example, Book Sampo on fiction literature data deployed by the Finnish public libraries had 2 million users last year. War Sampo on the Second World War history based on contents from the National Archives, Defense Forces, and other organizations has had over 740,000 users. Name Sampo, containing 2 million historical Finnish place records, Biography Sampo with over 13,000 biographies of the Finnish Literature Society, and War Victim Sampo on Finnish Civil War data have had tens of thousands of users each. The latest Sampo in 2020, Mapping Manuscript Migrations, is a transatlantic system for aggregating and publishing data of over 200,000 medieval and Renaissance manuscripts from the Bodleian Library of the University of Oxford, Schoenberg Institute at the University of Pennsylvania, and Institute for Research and History of Texts in Paris. At the moment, 6 new samples are being developed. For example, Find Sampo is a system targeted for archaeologists and citizen science metal detectorists using the collections of the Finnish Heritage Agency, including collaborations with the British Museum and the Pan-European Ariadne Plus project. Law Sampo publishes Finnish legislation and case law on the semantic web in collaboration with the Ministry of Justice. The Parliament Sampo system is being developed in collaboration with the Parliament of Finland. Our goal is to publish Finnish parliamentary discussions and related data in an intelligent web service for researchers of political culture and the general public. The Sampo model and portals aim at making a paradigm change in publishing and using cultural heritage content on the web. The contents are published as linked data and also integrated seamlessly with intelligent tools for data analysis. In our vision, artificial intelligence should help the user in solving research problems and also in finding new ones using creative AI methods. It would be important that the system can also explain its reasoning. In Douglas Adams' novel Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the computer was asked, "What is the meaning of life?" The answer 42 may be right, but the researcher in humanities would also like to know why. In my mind, a reusable, shared, linked open data infrastructure is the key for successful digital humanities work. More information, publication, and links to different samples and infrastructure services can be found on the home pages of the Semantic Computing Research Group. Okay, and after this introduction to the infrastructure work, I would like to demonstrate what it is in practice. paradigm shift from text publishing to knowledge discovery and artificial intelligence. I will show you a video about biographies, some Finnish biographies on the semantic web system.
Biographical dictionaries are scholarly resources used by the public and by the academic community alike. Their biographies usually combine a lengthy text with a supplement of basic facts, such as family, education, works, and so on. Biographies are an invaluable information source for researchers of history, but are available only as text for humans readers and not as data for digital humanities applications. Biography Sampo makes a paradigm shift in publishing and using biographical dictionaries on the web based on linked data. The idea is to provide the user with enhanced reading experience of biographies by enriching contents with data linking and reasoning. In addition, versatile tooling for biographical research of individual persons as well as for prosopographical research on groups of people are provided. The system is based on a knowledge graph extracted automatically from a collection of 13,100 textual biographies written by 980 authors. The data was enriched with data linking to 16 external data sources, and by harvesting external collection data from libraries, museums, archives. The portal was released in September 2018 for free public use and quickly attracted tens of thousands of end users. Biography Sampo is a semantic portal that includes 7 application perspectives for using the underlying linked data knowledge graph. By clicking on the first perspective, a semantic faceted search view is opened for finding a protagonist or a group in flexible ways. Biography Sampo has reassembled for each protagonist a homepage based on the data extracted from the biographies and by data linking to external data sources. Here the homepage of Elijah Saarinen, a prominent Finnish architect, is seen with 6 biographical descriptions and 5 data analytic views illustrating his life. Biography Sampo has also provided additional recommendation links to various related biographies. The lives are represented as sequences of spatio-temporal events that the person has participated in different roles, based on an extension of the SciDoc CRM data model. For example, here the events of Elijah Saarinen are depicted as a list, on a timeline, and on a map. By clicking on another tab, the egocentric network of Elijah Saarinen is visualized. As an example for using the system for prosopography, let us click on the Life Maps view on the front page. Now the faceted search can be used for filtering out a target group of interest, here the generals and admirals of Finland in the 19th century. Their lives are now visualized as blue-red arrows from place of birth to place of death. Clearly, the soldiers moved to the south when they retired, as the retirees do today. By clicking on the arrows, the biographs about the related persons can be found. Here the arrow to Siberia is due to General Gustav Silfverhelm's biography. The prosopographical views can always be used for 2 groups or making comparisons. Here the user compare the life maps of the soldiers with those of the clergy in the 19th century. The priests clearly stayed more often in Finland. In addition to visualizations like this, the user can also create various statistics of filtered target groups and find out and analyze networks within the groups. It is also possible to analyze the language of the biographies. For example, the words family and child occur often in the biographies of female Finnish members of parliament but seldom in the biographies of men. In yet another application view, the user can solve problems using relational search and artificial intelligence. In this view, the user formulated the query, how are Finnish artists related to Italy, using selections in the facets on the left. Biography Sampo found out the relations with natural language explanations such as Ellen Danielson Gambogi got in 1899 the Florence City Award.
Okay, the main point that I wanted to make here is this paradigm change that we are trying to make for our own path, from printing texts to automatic knowledge discovery and artificially intelligence-based systems for digital humanities. But the launch is not free. More collaboration is needed in creating systems like the Sampos, which complicates the work. Integration of semantic portals with legacy systems is a very practical thing that people are trying to solve in different organizations that we work now with. Manual annotations needed are costly and may not scale up. And then on the other hand, if we do it automatically, as we usually have to do because of the big data issues, the quality of the data is low. So when using this kind of systems, much more source criticism and data literacy is needed. So one really has to understand what the data is in a system like biography sample and what it actually means. There are lots of big data issues to be addressed. For example, the completeness of the data, skewness of the data, errors in the data. The data doesn't reflect necessarily, and usually it actually doesn't reflect the real world underneath, but it's more like historiographical research on the data. So more information can be found on the web pages of the Semantic Computing Research Group, and links to the data services and data repositories, as well as lots of publications. Thank you.
Thank you, Eero, for your presentation about the semantic web vision and infrastructure in Finland. So I think we could have time for some questions here, if there are any from the audience. It seems there are not any at this point, so you can continue asking them in the chat. So thank you, Eero. And with that, we'll be moving on to the next session.
Okay, so hello everyone. I'm Mikko Koho. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at HELDIG, and I will be chairing this next session on digital humanities education and infrastructures. And I'll also chair then the next session after this. And we have a pretty tight schedule with 10-minute presentations in exactly 10-minute slots. So again, if you have any questions, you can write them in the chat, and if possible, then we'll ask them at the end of the presentations. But if we are running late, then maybe the presenters could address them directly in the chat after their presentation. So I will now give the floor to Professor Martti Vainio, who will be presenting Department of Digital Humanities.
Okay, thank you. I did prepare some slides, but they're quite boring, so maybe I'll try to just talk, which is the gift that we humans are given. There was already quite a lot of talk about the sort of history. Hanna told about the history of the department, in a sense that it came as a result of some sort of a digital humanities awakening some years ago. And we had our start in 2018. So this is the third year in existence. And when the sort of departmental structure was shuffled in the faculties, and we then emerged as a new one. And we're quite small. We're small, absolutely the smallest of the 6 departments in the faculty, which is sometimes a good thing, sometimes a sort of a bit negative. But basically, the composition of the department is as follows. We have 4 scientific disciplines and then infrastructure, which we are responsible for. Of course, the departmental structure at the university is something somewhat vague in terms of how official it is. We don't have our own budget, but we have this sort of human resources type of arrangement. But otherwise, we are sort of quite virtual in many senses. And our department is a bit more virtual in this, that we are quite a mixture of different disciplines, and historically we are physically in different spaces, so we don't share a corridor together or something like that. Things are getting better when cognitive science and phonetics are moving to the next building at least. So we'll be in 2 premises, but still 3 corridors. Yeah, so the 4 disciplines are digital humanities per se, which is Mikko's and Eetu's discipline. We have language technology, you heard from Jorg, and cognitive science is with us, and phonetics, which I represent. The infrastructure we have is the FinClarin, which is part of the S3 European science infrastructure, and now we're getting this Daria, which is also similar, and they are being linked into this FinClaria infrastructure, and of course HELDIG is part of as if infrastructure. As to the size, we only have 3 full professors at the moment. We have 3 associate professors, so in the future we'll have 6 full professors, and we have currently only 3 university lecturers permanently. Clarin itself has a research director and if I remember correctly, 5 other sort of permanent staff. But Clarin is being funded by sort of mostly by money from the Finnish Academy. But altogether, at the moment, I checked, we have 62 persons on payroll. 15 of them are international, and we, when we got started 3 years ago, we decided that the official language, official in a sense that the language that we speak mostly in our meetings is English. So quite sort of international. A quarter of us has an international origin. But because of that sort of 9 to 54 ratio in terms of permanent staff, we are sort of a bit volatile in a sense that the number of people working varies a lot. I think we must have been 80 people at some point, and then less than 50. Really sorry, there's somebody just started drilling, so my speech might not be that as intelligible as I wish. So we are, but that also tells us that the ratio of outside funding versus the basic funding for the department is such that we are basically self-funded as a department. If you look at the how much we do in terms of results, both education and publishing. So according to the ministry funding model, I think we actually bring more money in than we use. Also, yeah, research. You can go to the research portal if you look at it, but basically there's for instance, last year, the department disciplines published more than 200 publications, and most of them are sort of covered by the sort of ministry funding model and have this sort of UFO classification. And but the profile yeah, and the result is done. The research is done in 6 active research groups, plus Finn Claring, which also publishes and does quite a lot of research. So if you look at the profile of the publishing profile, the department differs quite a lot from most of the departments in the faculty in it, that we publish sort of multi-author papers, and quite a lot of publishing is in conferences and so forth. So it resembles quite a lot of the publishing culture of computer science, and partly phonetics and cognitive science mainly publish in international peer-reviewed journals. So we still have a sort of different profile from that. So it's quite a sort of diverse in some sense, but then quite sort of akin to computer science, which is also reflected in our gender balance, which is the opposite of the faculty in general, that mostly that we are male nerds in the department. Teaching wise, it's sort of situation is evolving a bit. Mikko will talk about the digital humanities education in itself, but in bachelor levels, our disciplines tend to teach mostly in languages and language sciences in the bachelor program. I don't know others, maybe some history and so forth. But master level, all of our disciplines are sort of together in this linguistic diversity and digital humanities master program, which is turned out to be, which is an international and so forth, and turned out to be quite a sort of successful master's program. But we don't have our own BA program to reflect the master's program, which creates somewhat a problem in terms of getting students early on that are suitable for the more sort of computational type of methodology that we employ. So from the beginning, as a head of department, I've been sort of trying to figure out what this digital humanities is, and because our department is sort of historically quite diverse, and it's not obvious that we are that we are doing some kind of digital humanities, but what mostly connects us together is that all of our research groups and disciplines have stronger than average links to computational sciences, including computer science. Most of our groups are modeling data, and I'm interested in questions that modeling sort of theories and questions that arise in humanities and social sciences. And in that sense, we are defining digital humanities locally by the virtue of our historical composition. So, but like I wrote this before Mikko said it, I really am wary of the term digital, and I've been wary of it since the beginning, and I think we might as well call ourselves computational humanities and social science. So which would be a bit more fitting description. But that's pretty much all about everything I can tell you in this short time about the department.
Okay, thank you very much. So there doesn't seem to be any questions as of now.
Oh, there was a question about my background. Yeah, I'm a professor of phonetics, and I've been doing, and our department has been doing speech synthesis digitally almost 50 years now, not 50 years for myself. And digital speech synthesis is, I would see, one of the early digital humanities enterprises. And I heard some fairly bad speech synthesis in some talk recently there. Okay, sorry. Very. No, okay.
Okay, thank you very much. So maybe then we move on to the next two presentations actually, which will be presented by Mikko Tolonen again. And so I'll give the floor to you, and then when you're ready, I will play your videos. So please, Professor Mikko Tolonen.
Thanks, Mikko. This is just two talks put together. So I will first talk about the digital humanities tracks that we have founded during the time of HELDIG, sort of explaining a little bit about the process and where we're going, and especially the educational philosophy that we have put together with a group of different people, but mainly, I mean, the main people behind this is me and Eetu Mäkelä, and so me as a humanist background and Eetu as a computer scientist, so one can read and one can write. And then I'll talk a little bit about Finklaria, which is very important. And as Hanna Snellman said, we yesterday received the news that we are on the roadmap, so the Finnish infrastructural roadmap, which is extremely important also because the infrastructural money from now on will have a strong emphasis on those infrastructures that are on the roadmap. But maybe we talk a little bit later, and we can have, I mean, there hasn't, maybe it would be good to have a little bit of discussion. So if people have any views on education and teaching, obviously, like Martti said, the digital humanities covers many more areas than just the so-called digital humanities tracks. And I talk a little bit about the collaboration between those, but the talk is from the aspect of teaching digital humanities in particular. So I encourage people to, even if you don't have questions, to bring your own views to the board. So please, Mikko.
At the University of Helsinki Digital Humanities minor track since 2015. It was launched very quickly then, I started as a substituting a professor in research on digital resources, and I was told that in 6 months you should be running a minor. So that's what we did then, and the new thing this year is that we started a major track for digital humanities. Again, it was done at a very rapid pace, so we got information that we should start it, and all the administrative work for starting a major track, there's quite a lot of that to do. So we didn't have the initial planning phase, wasn't very long, but we've used to this kind of way of operating and iterating as well. I think it's important that things are changed also as we go along. But I'll explain to you about these aspects. One thing about digital humanities is that, of course, it covers an area that is as wide or actually much wider than the humanities in general. For us, there are few important things about digital humanities and education, digital humanities education in our university. So the interdisciplinary aspect is something that we really underline. So a lot of the work that we do is geared towards the idea that humanities in the future, no matter how much computation you're using, it will still be something that is done in research groups. So the specialities of people is wider than normally. And humanities, also publishing culture, the way that we work is very individual centered, still is. There's been studies about this, and this is something that we really want to change. So also we are quite computational humanities heavy That is because of the background of the people who work. I don't do everything alone. There's other people also, of course, who are doing and designing things and implementing things together with me. But that's one thing that needs to be underlined, that we are computation heavy. Now, so the reasons why offer DH education in general, we really believe in these points that we want to make. So the renewing of scholarly culture, it starts with the students. Finland has put a lot of emphasis on open science and open access. I think in humanities, there's still a lot of resistance or maybe lack of understanding why sharing of research data would be important. I think it starts with students. It needs to be implemented in all the basic studies, not only so that we're thinking about digital humanities in particular, but the impact needs to be larger on the scholarly culture. Also, the social impact of humanities, that is something that we really need to be serious about. I'm a historian by background, but I'm very, very interested in, that there are different kinds of advancements, and Thomas talked about transferable skills, that the humanities students have these. It's really important. For example, things like urban development. Humanities should not only be the critical voice, we also need to be taking more agency in this kind of things. That's important. Also, the idea of reassembling humanities, so that we've got different kinds of expertise and how to bring these about, and how to get the libraries and institutions, infrastructures, how to get those to work together. That's also a way for us to get a better chance of getting the funding from different EU level and so forth, so that we have a united front instead of fighting for the few cramps that the life sciences are willing to share with us. So this is really important. And also then the method development and integrating. Integrating, I think, is the word there. So the methods not for their own sake, but so that the method development also starts from the perspective of different disciplines under humanities. And that's the way for us to meet the challenge of digitization and really have a say on these kind of things, in order, and not just be the ones who maybe borrow methods from other fields of science. We did a evaluation of higher education in the humanities in Finland. I was part of this group. It was in 2019, so kind of trying to get the overall information about the state of educational profiles in humanities, looking at all the different aspects and fields of humanities. And particular emphasis was put on the competence-based working life relevance of different degrees. And one aspect was the sort of different kinds of transferable digital skills and digital competencies. And there, what was realized is that national level, we really need to do things. We really need to start doing things differently. First of all, sharing of the best practices and thinking how we implement and tie these to degree education. So one way of going about is, of course, offering digital humanities minor type of courses and programs at different universities. But somehow it just needs to be so that it penetrates the humanities in an even wider aspect. Because, for example, we interviewed some of the teachers from a larger city in Finland, a person who's responsible for taking in the students, teachers, hiring the teachers for secondary education. And the point that she was making about digital or this kind of competencies and skills was that everybody who they hired said that if they had any type of competencies that go beyond the normal, I can start a word and use some apps and so forth, all of these people had told them that they gained their competencies outside the actual teaching curricula that they had been following. So this is really something that needs to be taken seriously from this aspect as well, because it affects greatly the funding in the future as well that comes from the governments in the Nordic and Baltic countries as well. Now, our just a few words about the kind of digital humanities education principles that we have. So what we want to do or try to do is we try to, if we are thinking it from the interdisciplinary aspect, for us, teaching the humanities people to code and making them understand what you can do with the computational is to find a common language between data science, social sciences, and humanities. That's one part of it, but not the only part. And this way, so that we're not approaching it from the aspect that we are trying to, in the education programs, we are trying to all of a sudden give all the humanities students now a competence that a data scientist has with respect to coding and so forth. No, the idea is mainly that, okay, empower them with a little bit of agency, how to use the computation, but also then to be able to work, speak the same language with the data scientist and computer scientist. So if we are doing some kind of computational humanities, they are using their own knowledge of the sort of a mother discipline and then being able to work together with a person with a different kind of set of skills. This is also for us connects directly to the idea of life outside academia. So humanities people have a lot to offer, but the question is how do you get to that point when you are able to work together with people from very, very different backgrounds. And also this is a way of finding the sort of core strengths of individual students. So even within the same background of studies, the competences are very, very different. So, if we are working in a group, there's so many different areas of strength that are needed. So we feel that thinking about the whole education from these aspects and how can we support this type of a building of a competences and abilities to work together with other people. I think that's the basic core of what we try to do. Now, one way that this is implemented then, we organize something called Helsinki Digital Humanities Hackathon. It's really a multidisciplinary project. There's a video if you want to watch about the hackathon. I'm not going to start talking more about it, but the idea is that to this one program or this project, we bring people from computer science, data science, social science, and different aspects of humanities. Then we have group leaders who guide the process, but it's really the people working together that create the groups that within 10 days they do an actual small research project. So we found that this for us is a very, very good way of going about. And actually for the minor, then all of the other studies are aiming or kind of building the competencies so that the students from humanities backgrounds who perhaps never had heard about digital humanities are ready to engage in this kind of a multidisciplinary project at the end of the year. So a couple introductory courses about data literacy and then general more introduction to the elements of digital humanities, and then different elective courses. So idea of this package and this frame is that it prepares you for the multidisciplinary project, and this has worked quite well. Then we take the computational people who are working in the groups. That is offered then at, for example, there's a data science program, so we are part of that. So the people from the computational side don't take necessarily, they can take, but they don't have to take the introductory elective courses with us. Now, the minor, the major then, it has, what is different is there's one more, like a larger introductory course to different aspects. It's called Linguistic Diversity and Digital Humanities. The elective courses are more or less the same, and then there are different project courses. So this is very much a problem project learning based type of way of doing things. And then of course, on top of that, you have your MA thesis that you will do with a person who, of course, again, digital humanities people come from different backgrounds, so we always look for a person that can guide you. So luckily we are quite a big university and also big faculty at Faculty of Arts. One thing, another aspect that we're now doing is that there's a lot of cross collaboration. So the social science, within the past 2 years, we put a whole lot of effort on trying to enhance the collaboration in education between digital humanities and digital social science. And also the collaboration with the data science programs, that is very, very important for us. So here's just one version of, I'm not going to start explaining in detail, but this kind of a idea of course sharing and collaboration and what can go together with what program is something that we are really, really putting an effort on. Also, that the idea that not necessarily in all programs is the main, perhaps not that, for example, in cultural heritage studies, it could be that there are just some courses that the students would like to take, and we try to also do that, offer our courses as openly as possible with the maximum capacity when that is possible, not always.
That was the digital humanities tracks at the University of Helsinki. Now, still a few words about infrastructures. We're in the process of building Finclaria. Everybody knows Finclarin and Kielipankki. There, the core idea has been to build common language-based research infrastructure. At European level, there's also Daria, research infrastructure that complements Clarin. In Finland, so what we're doing is looking into the possibility of joining Daria EU, and we've put forward a common research infrastructure roadmap initiative called FinDaria that combines the existing Clarin infrastructure and builds something new as well through Daria Fi. The reason that this is needed is because digital humanities is really developing at a rapid pace. We need new kinds of services and infrastructural support for researchers. The digital humanities education that I was just talking about is a good example. We need to do things in a new way. We need to be able to communicate and develop best practices also at the national level. This is where Daria Fi comes to play. The most important function of Daria Fi, however, is to build so-called like a new layer of services and infrastructural support between individual researchers, research groups, and national service level, such as the Language Bank of Finland. There's quite a lot going on in different digital humanities research groups, and to get that knowledge and methodological development to prosper also at the national level, so that as many as people as possible can benefit from it, is what we're aiming at. So a lot of the stuff that is actually ongoing, the operations, they're still at the planning stage, most obviously. Now, however, the aim is to go beyond language materials into other kinds of data in the form of structured and multimodal, both large and small, big data. And then we want to cater to a broad range of SSH fields. And 3 points really are crucial: access to data, availability of tools, and open collaboration and international best practices. The Daria Fi, what it aims to do is to pool project-based tools and services into an open virtual service cluster. That's what we're going to build. The platform then will generate new multidisciplinary opportunities for quantitative as well as qualitative analysis of multimodal data. Close collaboration with Daria EU will help to ensure the long-term sustainability of these services and improve the efficiency of research by taking advantage of the substantial synergies in the development and use of digital resources, and also significantly improve the international collaboration and possibilities for a scientific breakthrough for the Finnish SSH research community. So that was what I wanted to say about research infrastructures and digital humanities educations. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, so thank you. Just now, let me make again the point that we are now on the research infrastructure map with Findaria. Sorry, Finclaria, and Daria Fi work also now is ongoing. We got a very good active group of people composed of all the universities in Finland. But if you have any sort of infrastructural ideas or something like that, you can contact me, for example, and we can then think about it, what we can build through that as well. I think there's at least one question in the elaborating on the interaction with data science program. So what we've done so far, for example, the hackathon now is one example that it's offered there as a so you can do part of the curriculum there in data science by participating in the hackathon every year. This year we couldn't, we had to cancel, but this coming next year we will have a hackathon. But so that the people from data science can participate in the hackathon, and that will then substitute some courses there. Other ways that we've been collaborating with data science is that there are some mandatory project courses also in the data science program. And so we've been facilitating some of those groups' work through HELDIG. So that is one way of collaboration. And of course, we direct our students, more advanced students, especially with respect to computation, to take some courses in the data science program. So these have been the kind of like main ways how we've been collaborating, but we are also happy to do other things. About DH courses on PhD level, all of our courses are open, so they are meant for MA level, but in many cases, so we are not really making that big of a difference between. We really try to be as research oriented as possible and lowering the barrier between teaching and research. So depending on what aspect people are approaching digital humanities, but we are very flexible in designing also project courses and other courses for all the students. Our standard courses are of course open to PhD students. So if people want to take part in the MA level courses when they are at PhD level, that's completely fine with us. We will also start offering more teaching through and education through the HSSH Institute. So also more focus on PhDs through that as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Mikko. And maybe then we could move on to the next presentation, which is from staff scientist Jorg Tiermann, and it's about linked open data infrastructure for digital humanities.
Thank you, Mikko. I also have prepared my talk as a video record. It's almost 10 minutes, so please, Mikko, if you can press play. Hello, I am Jorg Tiermann from the Helsinki Centre for Digital Humanities HELDIG, University of Helsinki, and Aalto University. In this presentation, I will talk about linked open data infrastructure for digital humanities. First, I will briefly introduce you the concept of linked data and why it's useful in a digital humanities context. Then, I will talk about our work on linked data infrastructure for digital humanities. In digital humanities, which can be seen as a branch of humanities that applies computational methods, data is of great importance. For example, when we think about cultural heritage contents, such as artifacts in museums, literature, music, arts, biographies, and cultural sites, we realize that the individual collections are related to each other in many ways. For example, a painting can depict an event in the Finnish epic Kalevala, and the same event can have inspired a musical piece. We can have a biography of the painter, and the painter lived during his lifetime at a cultural site for which we have encyclopedic information and which can be put on a map. These connections are usually implicit, natural for humans, but are not encoded in the data for the computer to understand. Similarly, the different memory organizations use their own IT systems, data models, and formats for managing and publishing the data. In many cases, standards are used for some parts of the data. For example, coordinate systems are used to harmonize spatial data. However, it is not easy to aggregate data from different systems and use them for digital humanities research for solving complex questions. Linked data is a paradigm and a set of technologies for publishing data in a harmonized way. The idea is to use shared data format, models, and vocabularies for publishing the contents. The 5-star linked data model gives a basic idea on how this is done in practice when publishing a dataset. The first star is given if the data is made public using an open license, such as a Creative Commons one, in any format, for example, as a PDF file. The second star is awarded if the data follows a structured format. For example, if the data is organized as an Excel spreadsheet using columns to distinguish the different attributes of the data. For the third star, the data has to be published in an open format, for example, in a CSV file. After the third star, we are moving more heavily to the linked data world. To get the fourth star, the data has to have globally unique identifiers for individual objects, let's say people and places that are described in the data. The fifth star, the final level in this model, is given when the data has links to other datasets to provide contexts. Once the data is published as linked data, the contents get connected and enriched with each other and can be utilized using shared tools. The resulting linked data cloud can be seen as a giant database which can be queried using a standard query language, SparkQL. To realize this vision for publishing and using linked data in digital humanities research, infrastructure and support services are needed. Firstly, metadata models and ontologies are needed for harmonizing the data. Secondly, we need tools for creating and processing data. We need ontology services for accessing and utilizing the ontologies for content production and, for example, for ontology-based information retrieval. For creating linked data out of textual data contents, we need linguistic and other tools. Also, services for publishing the data for researchers and other organizations are needed. Finally, researchers need analysis and visualization tools for using the data in their research. Metadata models define the structure of the data. For example, SciDoc CRM is an event-based model for harmonizing and linking cultural heritage contents. In its core, we have the class event or activity here, which can be used, for example, for representing the event Crimea Conference, which was held during World War II, where the heads of government of USA, UK, and Soviet Union discussed the post-war reorganization of Europe. We can use SciDoc model to state that the conference took place at Yalta. It happened at some time within February 1945, and Winston Churchill, Franklin D. Roosevelt, and Joseph Stalin participated in it. Note that when we refer to people and places here, we use their identifiers, which also function as web addresses. We can also attach information about a photograph and a document, Yalta Agreement, that was created during this conference. This generic model is applicable to many kinds of cultural heritage data, as events can be used, for example, for representing birth, death, artistic creations, or battles of war. To populate the metadata model with references to people, places, events, times and periods, and keyword concepts, we need domain ontologies. Ontologies model the domain in question by providing definitions of the entities, giving them unique identifiers, and provide machine-readable semantics for them. By using ontologies, the references to entities are harmonized. For example, instead of using one of the many possible transliterations of Piotr Tchaikovsky, we use his identifier. In this example, minted in DBpedia, which is a representation of the data inside Wikipedia. Ontology services provide user interfaces and application programming interfaces for searching and browsing ontologies. By utilizing them, manual and automatic content production processes can be built, for example, for generating machine-processable metadata for library catalogs. A research prototype called Ongi was developed in one of our projects, and it was later turned into a production-level ontology service, Finto, by our colleagues at the National Library of Finland. In 2019, Finto had 280,000 users, 1.9 million page loads, and 32 million requests in its application programming interface. For creating linked data based on text documents, we can utilize text mining methods. For processing natural language, linguistic tools are needed. For example, for texts in Finnish, a highly inflected language, lemmatization tool is needed in order to base form the different forms of a word. After that, we can utilize a named entity recognition and linking tools to identify people, places, concepts, etc. in text and to link them to ontologies. We have combined a set of open source linguistic tools developed by ourselves and our colleagues at different universities into language analysis services to aid these processes. Once a linked dataset is ready to use, it can be published on a data publication service. For that, we have developed Linked Data Finland service, which extends the 5-star linked data model into a 7-star model. Here, we emphasize the documentation and validation of the data, both in technical terms and also for the future users in order to be able to trust the quality of the data. In order for researchers to be able to use the data, they need to understand how the data is structured, how it was collected, what are the limitations and biases, and so on. The datasets in Linked Data Finland can be downloaded as data dumps, or users can make queries to it using the standard and powerful SPARQL query language. We also provide simple browsing facilities for the data. For using linked data in research, analysis and visualization tools are needed. These include, for example, query builder tools, map-based visualizations, network analysis tools, and infographics. These interfaces can be built directly based on the data published in Linked Data Finland, on top of its open SPARQL endpoint. By combining different analysis and visualization methods, we have created the Sampo User Interface Framework, an open source framework for building semantic portals. The Sampo model has been used for building rich user interfaces based on faceted search and visualizations for different kinds of cultural heritage data. Thank you. For more information about our work on linked open data infrastructure for digital humanities in Finland, please see our webpage.
Okay, thank you, Jouni. Do you want to still say something, or is there questions about this?
I think I have taken my time, and it seems there's not questions at this point.
Okay, so maybe then we move on to the next session, which is about new research centers related to HELDIG. And the first presentation will be about Legal Tech Lab, and it will be presented by adjunct professor Suvi Sankari.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me is always the first question in these modern day seances.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm the odd one out, maybe. I haven't prepared a kind of a video, but I will show you some slides and present our little lab to you. So first thing first, my name is Suvi Sankari. I'm the research coordinator of the University of Helsinki Legal Tech Lab. I'm the first ever research coordinator, as far as I know, at the Faculty of Law. And before I show you my slides, I'll just tell you that you can find them at our webpage, which I think you can now see in our logo, in the place called About Legal Tech Lab. All right, so the next step would be sharing screen. I hope you can see that now.
Yes.
Just tell me if it disappears at some point. Anyway, so we are the Legal Tech Lab. We are combining law and technology for a better society. We started in 2016 as part of the, or related to the Profit to Profiling program. Nowadays, the director of our lab, Riikka Koulu, works as the professor of legal and societal implications of AI, both for the Faculty of Social Sciences and for the Faculty of Law, so 50-50. She's continuing with the Legal Tech Lab in this Profi 5 related research venture. Right, so what we are about is not just AI, but this is one representation of what we are looking into. So the claim often is AI changes everything. We claim that also law changes AI. There's a long history of technology that we try to keep in mind when looking at the latest turns in technology development. And we're confident that this historical perspective is needed. And on the other hand, that there's a constant interaction, how everything affects everything. So it's both ways movement. Law is not separate from societal changes, and AI or technological advance is not separate from law in any way. What are our specific strengths? One of the strengths is interdisciplinarity. We're embedded in a very interdisciplinary environment, in a very high level interdisciplinary environment at the University of Helsinki, and not just at the University of Helsinki with its different faculties, but also with the Aalto University and FKI and all the infrastructure, research infrastructure that surrounds us. But what we also are is the leader in legal studies in Finland. So the Faculty of Law in Helsinki is undisputedly the thought leader in that department. And I think that combining these two strengths more or less makes us unique already. How are we unique? We combine law, technology, and society. We combine research, teaching, and interaction with the outside society. We try to do this all in one place. Also a bit of tutoring for startups should some of those come up. So we try to cater for several audiences and be a one-stop shop for trying out new ways of collaborating and doing things together. What we have done thus far, you can see a timeline there. We have tried different kinds of things, of doing things together, hackathons, combining students from different disciplines. We've written reports, we have our own little series, publication series, where we publish sort of more popular things directed to the outside world, so to say. What we want to do in the future is the next slide, or the next one after this. We're very much looking forward to increasing interdisciplinary research. We're doing it already, but the doors are open and the ceiling is high. So everybody interested in any kind of research that has technological and legal aspects somehow related to it, it is welcome to join forces with us. So here is our kind of roadmap of the future. We want to concentrate on 4 fields in specific. So we want to do a bit of legal technological education, more of it. We really want to be a driver for societal change. We still want to have space and resources for creativity and experimentation, but we also want to plow forward as a high-level international research hub. So these are maybe might sound modest plans, but when you take into consideration the nature of legal science, the traditional nature of legal science, to be frank, even legal empirical studies, as I prefer to say it, not the other way around, looking from social sciences, empirical legal studies. So legal empirical studies are kind of a new thing and in a legal studies. So with this, I refer to qualitative and quantitative empirical studies. So lawyers really haven't discovered materials or data, do not use very many exciting methods yet, and have fairly little idea of what research infrastructure actually means or could be. And these are some of the things that we are trying to push forward with the Legal Tech Lab at the Faculty of Law. We have been relatively successful on the research side of things. So currently we have 3 Academy of Finland research projects ongoing. One deals with what is private and what is public. One deals with AI liability, and another deals with algorithmic transparency. So there, in a nutshell, thank you for your interest, and I welcome all kinds of questions, comments that you might have, and contacts that you might want to sort of have or share with us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a bit of time, so if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask now or write them in the chat now. Yeah, so if there's no questions, okay, well, no, there was a question whether the lab has done any research on tax law specifically.
Not specifically on tax law, no, but an interesting area. We cover basically all areas of law. As I said, doors are wide open, ceiling is high, pretty much anything goes. But no, we do not have presently anything ongoing on tax law.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe now we move on to the next presentation.
Thank you.
So the next presentation is presented by Professor Krista Lagus and Adjunct Professor Kimmo Vehkalahti. The title is Center for Social Data Science.
So hello, since I already spoke in the morning, we agreed with Kimmo that he would be presenting our center in this afternoon. So
could I get a co-host?
Yes, now you are co-host, Kimmo.
Thanks. Okay, so we are here with Krista and representing this group CSDS, Center for Social Data Science, that we established in 2019. We had our official opening ceremonies in October 2019, so it's been about a little bit more than 1 year that we have been in the Faculty of Social Sciences. We had formerly statistics here and social statistics here in this faculty for a long time. Then there was this, our starting point, we had the Center for Research Methods, but only in practice one person working at that. Then we combined the social statistics staff to that, and then that was enlarged into this, that we came up with this new name together, Center for Social Data Science. And now we are actually, this year, Christina started with us, so we are 6 here, and also 1 research assistant doing his PhD. So 2 professors and 4 university lecturers. And one of the new roles that has emerged for us is a kind of agent of change in various different habits of how to work and proceed in different things in our faculty. So the Faculty of Social Sciences is our closest network here. But it's by no means limited to that. You can see some of our fields here, but we think of the social data science as a connecting term for all of us. And what is then social data science? Well, this is a recently new term. We came up with this quite independently, but then we found also that the same term had found in some other universities as well at the same time, almost at the same time. So it's pretty new, and of course in the it's somewhere. Of course, it's social science, statistics. We had some history of that, but computing, also the computational social sciences. And all this digitalization and what is happening in social sciences especially. So we try to make something new, and also there's no, I would say, no unifying definition yet, but it's emerging. I would perhaps go forward unless anytime if you want to, Crystal, so just go ahead, but we can go backward as well. So we have thought about this vision of continuous positive change towards a good society for all in this digital age, and renewing social science using these computational digital tools, methods, thinking, new ways of collaboration. And in more details, you can see some of our aims here. It's very much about the fostering a positive environment for network research and such things. And of course, trying to be a national, international lead in teaching social data science on all levels, from bachelor's, master's, doctoral students, and with various different backgrounds. And I can say we have a strong experience of doing that in the statistics education in this faculty and this university, but in a way generalizing that in the social data science methodology and ideas.
So in some sense, the whatever has been going on in digital humanities for, let's say, 20 years, research groups and so on, collaboration between computational and the qualitative people has been really almost lacking in social sciences. So this is the place where we have landed and trying to now create this change from within.
At least we have enormous challenges here So there's no lack of those. What we have done is one of these, the first mentioned step here is the Open Friday Coffee, which has been very successful. So before there was a lot of talk how to reach these method people, etc., in the method center, and how to. But then we just decided that okay, let's make it very open. Let's make a coffee time, you know, the good old times when we met face to face and we had a coffee cup. But we started that already before the official openings, and we have continued that all the time, also in these COVID times via Zoom, and it has been successful. Lots of very interesting meetings between people. Sometimes someone might be interested in having some data, she or he has some questions, maybe some funding, and then there's somebody seeking for data, and somebody has the data, and so on. So it's a place of people to encounter and find something to do together. So we have been acting. I feel acting like a hub, connecting people, as the old good slogan goes.
It's always like a magical connections happen there all of a sudden.
Yes, it's all, very often on Friday afternoon we have been thinking that what happened in the morning again, and it's really lucky coincidences.
Although sometimes even startups have been formed there, so it's really surprising what can happen.
Yes, it's not so it's not just all purely academic, but always we make some academic connections and possibilities here. Sometimes it's PhD students, postdocs, master students, faculty, so on. And Krista can tell in a few seconds about team coaching. She has done that as well as a part. I can mention that we now have a study track in the master's program. I will tell a little about later, but would you like to mention?
Well, maybe I'll just say we don't have much time, so let's just move to the master's program. I think that's really, really important, interesting, and also connects with the Digital Humanities master's program. So
right. So this context where we are this is one representation. And HELDIG is, of course, one of the most important connections here close by. And all these, I think we all are connected to these in somehow. We have very good connections traditionally to Statistics Finland and all those institutions. Right. New cultures of collaboration, maybe not time to talk about this, but just as a glance, you can see that we really try to explore something new compared to what you usually think of traditional culture in social sciences. So doing something perhaps surprisingly new things. It will take some time, but it's been very good progress and nice feedback as well from people. Well, a few words about this. This emerged quite suddenly, so that we had a connection to the mathematics and statistics master's program, but it's now ended, and we are part of the Contemporary Societies, one of the international master's program of this faculty. And I happen to be the director of the program now for the next 4 years, so we have a very strong connection to that program. But the main connection actually is our own study track. So there's a study track of social data science, and the admissions are now going on, and so very probably we will get our first major students who will start their master studies next autumn. We have quite flexible with our teaching curriculum, so there are themes built in about computational social science, data and society, very vast area, and modeling and analyzing data. So more or less traditional or modern new ways of doing statistical analysis. Then we also participate in other courses provided for example, we have this collaboration with HELDIG, this new bachelor's program, MOOC of Digital Humanities and Social Sciences. And then we have one of our courses is also a MOOC for Hymy doctoral schools, and it reaches over 100 doctoral students from this university and also University of Eastern Finland annually. So we really get all the time the feedback that social data science is now something that people need and they are very interested in. So looking very much forward what is happening with our master's program when we get the first major students.
Maybe I'll mention the intention that actually was leading into this program was that the recognition that all our teaching related to our fields was spread out and not done collaboratively. And then we created the intention of having our own master program. And although we now have only a master track, but it's still you who is leading the program. So in some sense, we have the program now. It was created because we together as a group created the intention and adhered to it. And then it started happening again. So I think this is the meaning of having the intention together.
And it surely makes this contemporary societies social sciences master's program very different from any master's program, at least in Finland, because none of the other ones have social data science or anything inside them. So it's really interesting to see, as I said.
It's like inventing something completely new. That's how I feel our creation of new courses, as if we are inventing the reality as we speak. So it's not like there's a body of research about this topic and now we can just start teaching about it, but we are kind of inventing it at the same time. So it's quite challenging, but interesting. But do we have a time issue now? Is our time finished?
Yeah, I think if you could now conclude or end here, that would be great.
Okay, so I would just say that, of course, we do doctoral training as well. And just shortly, we generalized our Open Friday coffee this autumn to an open social data science PhD seminar. So it's a seminar that follows the coffee every other week, and it's open for anyone. So it's PhD students, sometimes master students, visiting researchers, and so on. So we also look forward to, and we have had quite many interesting talks lastly today. And then there's the doctoral training program that started 2019. So it's also in research we are doing simultaneously quite many things, thinking about how new this CSDS Center really is. But anyway, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Maybe we'll just now move on to the last presentation of this session. So Professor Hannu Nieminen will present the Helsinki Institute for Social Sciences and Humanities.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hannu Nieminen, and I am a director of Helsinki Institute for Social Sciences and Humanities until the end of this year. So there is a new director who is starting from January 1st, Professor Risto Kunelius, who couldn't participate this event because of another appointment. I will share again, try to share again PowerPoint show with you, which should be found here. Yep. So Helsinki Institute for Social Sciences and Humanities was established, or let's say it started 1 year ago from the 1st of January 2020 by rector's decision, rector of Helsinki University. The idea that was developed several years, I think we started in 2016 to develop the idea, is to establish a kind of a strategic unit for research collaboration at the central campus of our university, especially aimed at enhancing and improving interdisciplinary research ideas and initiatives. So we have actually 8 academic units which are kind of owners of the unit. All the faculties, arts, educational sciences, law, social sciences, theology, Swedish School of Social Sciences, Helsinki Collegium of Advanced Studies, and Doctoral School in Humanities, HUMU, as we call it. We have today an office, spaces also. We have 2 full-time workers and 5 or more, actually, half-time members of academic staff. Director, as I mentioned, will be Risto Kunelius from the 1st of January. So the aim is, just to repeat, to create a common interdisciplinary research environment for social science and humanities at Helsinki University. And this research environment means research infrastructure, also research education, research support, theoretical and methodological development, and all things that are related somehow to this research, common shared research environment. And for this purpose, there are 3 main lines of our action or activities. First one is, original research. So we try to enhance and support especially big research initiatives, which then we are, directed to the big money, if you like, European Union money in different forms, Academy of Finland, grants, bigger grants like profiling actions or flagship actions and so on and so on. The second one is then the research infrastructure. So our task is to develop and coordinate shared research infrastructure and methodological development for our social sciences and humanities, and then also the impact forum, to offer a forum for interaction both between researchers and research groups in our campus, but also to the outside world, to open our researchers to the outside world and their needs and initiatives too. So we are working together with Tutto, which is the Helsinki University's research service center or services facilities, and so this is one of the main lines, also to try to develop this kind of a combined action with those administrators in research services. So this is our organization as it is now. As you can see, there are a lot of names. We have a steering group which is led by the campus dean, who is now, it is Johanna Mäkelä from the Faculty of Education. We have 2 committees, Research Infrastructure Committee, which is chaired by one professor from the Faculty of Education, Pirjo Aunia. We have a research committee, and there is a familiar name, Mikko. Mikko Tolonen is chairing the research committee. Director is there, and we have the office. And the 3 lines, as I mentioned, activities then are under the office here in visually. Infrastructure, forum, and research. And all these sectors, if you like, they are then coordinated by the steering group, which is the main decision-making body for us. So we are still at its very early stages. We are learning much by doing nowadays. After one year, we have been able to establish a kind of procedures and learn the rules of the game here also. So as I mentioned previously, quite many members who are present here also in this session are members of our committees or actively taking part to the development of our institute. We have been running brown bag lunches. Researchers have been presenting their cases, mostly on methodological and infrastructural issues, and they are continuing next year too. We have a keynote lecture series of keynote lectures, which is called New Research Culture, and there are some key European figures who are very experienced in the interdisciplinary research initiatives and running the big grants also. We have 3 sessions coming in spring and more maybe to come then later on. We have been running or initiating actually a research leadership study program. There is a pilot going on, and there is an idea to extend it also, maybe not only to the central faculty of, the central campus, but also to include other campuses, researchers from other campuses to this kind of program. We have been the main applicant for a rather big grant application profiling action from the Academy of Finland. We expect to get, application was 11.5 million euros, but we expect to get something like 9 million euros. And the central theme for this action is datafication, which is then, methodological development, also the research, genuine original research on the issue, and so. So this is the main, theme of our research going to be for the next 6 years. Not the only theme, but let's say the central theme here. And we are also starting a grant program for interdisciplinary research groups starting in 2021, when we get the funding for this purpose. So the aim is actually then to coordinate, as I said in the beginning, strategic coordination of existing research initiatives and networks in the environment. So we are also engaging and inviting people from HELDIG and other big areas. Also from Finklaria, like Mikko was talking about, Legal Tech Lab people and others. Many members present here are also members of our committees and on the other actions. So this is the long-term strategic initiative that we are trying to enhance. So this is, let's say, in a very short way, to put to package what we are trying to do here.
Okay, so is there any questions about this? Perhaps not, at least now. So maybe we'll just now move on. So thank you very much for this presentation.
Thank you.
And so now we have a 5-minute coffee break. We are a bit behind the schedule, but then let's have it anyway for 5 minutes or so, and then continue around 15 past with the interesting keynote presentation. So now a 5-minute break.
Welcome everybody back to this last session of the HELDIG Summit 2020. In this session, Professor Marcia Zeng will present the keynote on semantic enrichment. Marcia Zeng is a professor of information science at Kent State University. She holds a PhD from the School of Computing and Information at the University of Pittsburgh in the United States of America. Her research interests include knowledge organization systems, such as taxonomies, thesauri, ontologies, and so on, linked data, metadata, smart data and big data, database quality meta control, and semantic technologies, and of course, digital humanities. Dr. Zeng has authored over 100 research papers as well as 5 books, for example, on metadata. She has chaired and served on several international committees, working groups, and executive boards, and is currently chair of the Digital Humanities Curriculum Committee of the Global iSchools organization, and an executive board member of the International Society for Knowledge organization. So I would like to welcome Marcia Zeng to present the keynote. And the morning has broken in Kent State, and I noticed that Marcia Zeng is already there. So if you would like to say a few words before I start the video presentation. Please. Okay, we can't hear you, Marcia. Are you there or?
Yeah, hi. Can you just start the presentation, then I will join the discussions.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. It is a great honor to be a presenter at this conference hosted by the Helsinki Centre for Digital Humanities. This center is the most successful and innovative center and the leader in the new digital age. The DH Summit encourages us to share the experiences of the results of today while aiming at the visions for tomorrow. Here, I will try to present the rationale of semantic enrichment for enhancing historical and cultural heritage data to support digital humanities research. I know that many of you are already experts in doing the semantic enrichment. Here in my talk, I will share my personal experiences and the vision in terms of why and where we need to address the semantic enrichment in the context of libraries, archive, museum data. Among the approaches, the second big part, the semi-structured and the unstructured data will be the major discussion point. With the repeated development of the DH field, demands for historical and cultural heritage data to be used in both big data and smart data projects have sharply increased. The digging into data challenge is a good example showing the demands for historical and cultural heritage data in DH research. This is since 2009, through this program, 18 research founders from more than 10 countries have funded thousands of projects aimed at research questions in the humanities and or social sciences. Based on the project descriptions of the last 4 rounds, I compiled a list showing the domains and areas of interest, resources, and approaches. I'd like to bring the attention to the resources, which includes mainly unstructured data sets. Those could be originated in ancient times, or there are also structured data sets created in the digital age and that can be used. These primary data resources are usually served through libraries, archive, museums, and other heritage institutions. Those data, a lot of them are unstructured data found in documents and other information-bearing objects. You won't be able to grab from the web or using real-time streams and mobile analytics. The LAM data processing in the semantic web could be considered in 3 stages, starting from digitization of unstructured data. That during the last 2 decades, many digital collections were born in LAMs and have exhibited strong outcomes. The creation of those digital products involved a very complicated digitization and documentation process, requiring tremendous investment from government and other institutions. But just digitizing is not the end product. The LAMs are dedicated to transforming the unstructured data into structured data. Data in the humanities is big or smart or clean or messy. This is the earliest article that brings the smart data concept into digital humanities, indicating why data has to be cleaned, how that the unstructured, semi-structured, and structured data are turned into smart data that reflect the research priorities of a particular discipline or field. And more importantly, smart data inquiries can then be used to provide comprehensive analysis and generate new products and services. Is smart data. You all know big data that has been characterized by multiple V's. The realization of the last V, value, is dependent on smart data. The smart data means the ability to achieve big insights from trusted, contextualized, relevant, cognitive, predictive, and consumable data at any scale, great or small. Among this, the contextualization is one of the major points of semantic enrichment. Next, we will use a framework to discuss the approaches used in the semantic enrichment of LAM data. The first one will be very short, then the emphasis will be on the second and the third. All kinds of data resources provided by LAMs and other heritage institutions. They can be categorized in 3 main groups based on their type: structured, semi-structured, and unstructured. Here, I will first start with the structured data. The enriching structured data, often referring to metadata, has become a common strategy used by the LAMs. And I use Europeana's explanation about this enrichment could be a process and could be a result. And in the literature, you see several other terms are popularly used. In this section, we'll have a starting point that all the existing metadata components that are in a controlled form. And looking at the examples, the first is the contextualization. This is what Europeana has done. And you can see that create typed relationship between resources of different types, that usually the automatic linking method is the effective one applied to those fields that are in a controlled form. So the pattern, you can see that several enriched areas or entities is showing here. And the most recent November 2020 process again enriched meanings of the entities that are in the controlled form. Each institution can also enrich their data. A unique named entity-centered case is the information cluster on website of the Museum of Modern Art, MoMA, in New York City. By using the tool Open Refine for consolidation, thousands artists in the MoMA dataset obtained HTTP URIs and Getty records from ULAN. Very smart. Now in the front end, you can see the Getty record brings lots of important information and multilingual names. At the back end, the artist URIs from Wikidata and ULAN are embedded now in the head section of the HTML page, coded with schema.org properties, same as. After enrichment, the results on the web is significant. This is searching by using Bing. On the left side was last year's results, then MoMA already are on the very top. And this year, because the Microsoft Knowledge Graph that I showed in the middle, it's now supporting Bing, the result is even more positive. The searching brought the artist's Wikipedia pages in all languages, the museums hosting the artist's works, and libraries that have books about the artist, and many more, as long as they map the ULAN ID. This example is from faceted application of subject terminology of OCOC that connect the particular entry, here is a JFK, to the real things about JFK, not just the name of JFK. Let's go to the other links. So the JFK entry in FAST is enriched with other sources because it used correct coding of properties. And you can see that it comes to the far focus. Using this, the FAST control terms is related to a real-world entity and allows human to gather more information about the entity that is being described. I've talked about those additional nodes for those massage situation or contextualization, because there could be different decision points, such as if your original data sets has used local control vocabularies. If it has used a pre-LOD linked open data vocabulary. And also, if you want to make a decision to map which vocabulary and how many will you bring that in, because in the subject domain, there may be more than one standard vocabulary. And if it needs to map to a standardized, not local, a standardized linked open data vocabulary, then how much human resources and quality control will you be able to ensure? And also maybe the standard vocabularies is not enough. So what other special vocabularies do we need? If a data set's starting from local through all this and then goes through aggregation, there are also issues of the control of synonyms, acronyms, because everyone uses different way. The second part will look into the semantic enrichment for semi-structured data. In the previous section, we talk about structured data, but what about those uncontrolled, not normalized, and the free text part within metadata records, or the unstructured segments of otherwise structured data sets? An important feature of semi-structured data resources that should be recognized actually resides in their nature of being the products of information processing. So they represent the accumulated time, knowledge, and the experiences of the creators who generated those metadata. With the semantic enrichment process, the data values in those data are contextualized through the metadata element fields, so the function and meaning are clearly implied. Let's have some examples. We'll have some cases showing where are those semi-structured data exist. This is a demo of the MARC records, which contains unstructured nodes. I highlight some entities inside of those 500 fields, which are now just in the natural language in the nodes field. So there is a project in OCOC mining MARC's hidden treasures. Initial investigations into how nodes of the past might shape our future. So they have experimented with parsing the data in order to associate the performers' names with authority data and then identify role terms and the phrases with control vocabularies. And this has been very fruitful. You can see that huge amount of data involved. Finding aids provide contextual information to understand the nature and the scope of archival collections. The format of the JARA is mainly semi-structured, characterized by large text boxes in which many types of information or entities are just unlabeled and exist in those descriptions. So the text from the archival finding aids in the description information, there could be scope nodes, content nodes, and detailed description of the contents, including many boxes, folders, and the item titles. There are also abstracts from these descriptions. So the genre is mainly semi-structured. So inspired by the possible semantic enrichment technology for entity analysis and extraction, and also the potential of using the linked data principle to enhance the discoverability and the linkability of the rich information in finding aids. And our team has a big project conducted and using the sample of 43 archival record groups. The finding aids are from 16 institutions in the country, in the USA. So the research team developed a program to allow batch processing. The software automatically obtain the archival records and send them to the semantic analysis service supported by OpenCalais. And there are different output and double quality control using other tools. This example demonstrates how this is working. Using the OpenCalais demo tool, the semi-structured data parts is put into the box there and submit. Very quickly, the results come back with the highlighted entities. On the left side are different types of entities that extracted. The analysis results in dozens and at times hundreds of potential entities. But what about the quality? Do you trust using those kind of free demo version? We found that, for example, the mostly correctly identified entities are personal names, corporate names, geographical names, and events. And there are some scores which show you how important or how relevant. But the social tech or industry terms and products, those categories are least reliable because those free sources do not have a knowledge base behind about the archives that we are processing, mostly heritage and cultural thing. So that part is not the most accurate. So do we use that to do this? We think that it would be very good idea to experiment with the semantic analysis methods. This could be your initial step to suggest the key entities and topics. Or you can wait till the final, as a final check, to ensure that important concepts or entities have not been overlooked. For certain types of record, particularly those which subject indexing is not common, semantic analysis may provide entity points, like those events, to archival records that were not previously available. And such techniques will enhance subject analysis at the first two levels, what we call that description and identification, but unlikely to be useful for interpretation or subject of the material. Could the entity extraction be useful for special collections and other things that are not marked, not archival finding aids? I did a few more testing and then we'll show you the examples. Another testing at my team was on the thesis and dissertations, because those are usually not cataloged by a library. Subject headings are not common in those records. So the research findings that we did around 44 philosophy theses, manually checked by a student who has both philosophy and the MLIS master degree, to see the relevance of semantic analysis using the tool of open calais. The research findings from the sample based on these abstracts generated more successful texts than those based on the titles. A very interesting and successful finding. When your digital collection is from hundreds of photographs, and they also lead to the research and development products, how could semantic enrichment help? I'm using the Getty Research Institute special collection as my example. This is a photograph collections record. You see that the physical description is in 915 boxes. The subject terms including one called Cities and Towns - Italy. But what are the cities and towns? Could this summary parts help us to find out? Can we enrich this part of the semi-structured data? Now, using enrichment, before that, there is one heading about that place. After 3 seconds, I have got all newly generated place names from this paragraph. This is another tool we used. I used it also for the finding aids. Here, just demo that how this one come up. This is another tool called Congenital Intelligence API. It's a real intelligence service use. So I checked another photograph collection, History of Photography in China. It's also hosted by the Getty Research Institute. Just for places, it's immediately, you can see on the top all the kind of functions. Get the place as well as the maps. The tool also provides, it's called write print analysis, which estimate the readability level of a provided document, collecting a full set of readability indexes as well as about the grammar, about lexical and semantic analysis scores. Captions and other informative descriptions for cultural objects featured on the individual web pages of a museum could benefit from entity extraction as well. On the top, you can see this is an example about the legacy vase in Yuan Dynasty, carrying the stories of 4 ancients and their favorites. This semantic analysis tool, Boson, was able to extract the 4 names as well as the things they love. The English caption were also easily used to be recognized by these 2 tools that I mentioned before. So here are some of the semantic analysis fact mining tools. The first 2 are used in the testing very frequently. One thing that remember the congenital intelligent API represented that they are taxonomy and ontology supported with machine learning and the natural language processing behind it. So the takeaway so far means the semantic analysis as a advanced semantic enrichment method has been used and can be used for analyzing, searching, and presenting information by using explicit semantic relationships between known entities. Yeah. And I mentioned that they have been supported by taxonomies, ontologies, and also benefit from machine learning and the new artificial intelligence technologies far beyond normal natural language processing. On top of the rule-based systems, the embedded based system for knowledge graph completion has become a new and a more popular way to do the research and development during the recent years. The examples revealed that all this you can do this kind of work for large digital collections, as well as for individual item-centered information clusters. You can do case by case, top-down or bottom-up, collectively or independently, with or without significant project funding. And also a benefit is that aggregation can be based on the pieces and chunks of information one needs from a dataset without integrating a whole database or converting full metadata records. We've seen this at the beginning of this section. It really makes sense, right? Why use data from semi-structured data resources? And also the last point is that by passing those data through advanced information technologies, these LAM data are dramatically enriched and are converted into new access points. This section will be about information discovery and rediscovery from unstructured data through semantic enrichment. Unstructured data can be found in documents and other information objects. They could be textual or non-textual, digitized or non-digitized, and may exist in any and all kinds of format. Have seen this one brought at the beginning, that those unstructured data found in the documents and other information-bearing objects are available in the largest quantity, have the most diversity in type, nature, and quality, and are the most challenging to process, and no one can grab them from the web. It's all provided by LAMs. I will use several examples to show the new structured data generated from unstructured data to support knowledge discovery. And those are content-based, semantic-based, instead of word-based. You probably all know this Linked Jazz project, which is a pioneer linked open data project and has the transcripts of oral history interviews from 5 archives, over 50 such, and they are powered by the OCR and natural language processing. After processing that, they were able to choose and control the synonyms, eliminate ambiguity. You know, you're in the oral history interview, people mention he or she and I, right? Or you have to find out what kind of entity here and what relationships here. Then map to the authority-controlled vocabularies under the DBpedia. Then generate testing and annotating. Then the relationships have to be presented through an ontology. Finally, a visualization tool was used to show all of this. This great project was recognized by music community and gave the award. Another important part and step is this one also inspired and used by Carnegie Hall project, which is a tremendous step ahead. Beyond the text-based, the word-based, there are also lots of images. You all know that IIIF, the International Image Interoperability Framework, has 4 APIs, which are very, very useful for annotation and for content retrieval. This is a digital humanities platform to study the Chinese ancient wooden clips and then characters written on them. The written characters are living cultural evidence tracing back to the Han Dynasty. Images of objects and characters can be annotated under different motivations and subtypes. Very helpful to the reusability of scholarly needed data. In cooperation with 6 research institutes in Japan, an API for sharing query results was developed to enable query of a single character across different databases. There are endless showcases of the successful use of IIIF and APIs. A little bit more complicated is the map. So the Map Hub is a historical map annotation portal. It supports multilingual searching. So I did my search and found a map. This is my example. Once I started annotate these 8 banners in Beijing, it automatically pop up the annotation tools as well as the suggestions. But the most interesting thing to me is that after you did 3 points annotation, you can actually get the map showing what they call the overlays with the current Google Map or Google Earth. This means you contextualize the georeferencing, you reveal history through map overlays. The Dunhuang Mughal cave then trace back to the 4th century. It's also known as caves of the 1,000 Buddhas. Very rich content because also depicting various aspects of the medieval politics, economics, culture, arts, religion, ethnic relations, and daily dress in the Western China. The rich contents of this Dunhuang cave get very, very challenging. You say, what this image tells you? What are the stories? Who is there, right? Just a simple thing? Well, much more than that. For example, this is a Wutai mountain map. It's located in one of the caves, and very, very large, very long. After digitization, how can we do the annotation? Is this treated as an ancient map? Yes, it is really a map showing the mountain area. Is this a narrative painting? Yeah, there are stories inside. It's a figure painting? Of course, there's certain Buddha there. So the moral is not only a typical image rich in semantics, but also very comprehensive embodiment of the cultural heritage there. This picture shows that they have done the moral content annotation in a lot of details. The important thing is that if you want to deal with this, for example, different Buddha, you have to have a name authority for that. If it's a story, you have the control of all the entities. So there is a related project that Dunhuang Moral Thesaurus created for this purpose. And then the annotation, when you index or annotate a particular thing, you type and establish that thesaurus, which is SCOS supported. And this can be used for the contextualization and re-storytelling. The next example is for cultural objects. And this is a well-known online coins of Roman Empire OCRE project. You probably heard about this from the Lord Lam and other event. I want to just show the revolutionary or pilot that they have designed to help the identification, cataloging, and the research of the rich and various Roman Empire coins here. I want to highlight its way of showing all this with ontology-based support at the end. For example, instead of just browsing, searching, you can also look by maps, look by the symbols, and identify a coin in a detail. But that's not enough. You can do other visual queries. This is to visualize the query on the fly. And for people in the humanities who is not familiar with Sparkle query, not familiar with statistics, you can just simply use this to bring your queries and visualize the results on the fly. It's really a smart data approach. Not only give people adequate, sufficient number of relevant information, but also provide users with the data and enable the quantitative method of inquiry. And for example, by comparison the components of the silver, gold in the coins and compare the particular time period of emperors, it can show the status of that time. That's why it was used by researchers for history and economics and policies, and all great findings. There are also intangible cultural heritage. What can you do to enrich the information of this? And led by Professor Sujimoto, the intangible cultural heritage was studied for how you use digital archives, documenting them, and enrich by showing the skill, the knowledge, and the community memory in this. The digital archives brought bigger project, and it's called Digital Archives Modeling. There's several projects there, but the common research goal is enrich values of digital archives, right? So by how you do that, metadata aggregation. There are many other notable projects by the LAMs. You might follow many different kind of them, and here just examples based on their special focus, based on how they were able to bring incredibly amazing resources from unstructured data turn into contextualized, meaningful data. The last one is the most recently launched platform. I would highly recommend you take a look at that. They use the linked art model. And also the related one for the Van Gogh letters is just amazing. You can see all this way of what we understand as enriched for all this heritage and historical resources. So it's time to do a summary and conclusion. The advanced semantic technology today now allow the researchers to access and reuse large volume of diverse data. This is all the example shows this, and the potential for researchers to use and for their outcomes are endless, great potentials. So enhance the historical and cultural heritage data to support the digital humanities research. This have some way we demonstrated, like enhancing subject access, and that also transform the semi-structured and unstructured data into structured data through semantic analysis, then align with the control vocabularies. Linking and contextualization enable one-to-many usages of LAM data. So this kind of smart data approach in digital humanities can be seen as transforming unstructured data to structured data. And the trending is not just put machine readable data there, it's machine understandable, machine actionable data. They are accurate, they are used in the interlinking, citing, transferring, rights, permission, use, and reuse. So there are one too many uses and high efficiency processing data. I've showed a lot of results of today, and this also gives us the vision for tomorrow. Just like your center highlighted from 5-star to 7-star. What we are producing is from data silos, and then make data lakes like a repository, and then generating data planets in different planets, and finally get into the data universe. The sample model and sample framework has been the pioneer and leader in the world. I think if we can implement all those semantic enrichment strategies into any data we are handling, in a way top-down or bottom-up, we may be able to enhance and provide more meaningful and fairness LAM data, the cultural and historical data to support digital humanities. And thank you for listening to my long talk. Here are the inspiring references, including a lot from your center. And here are the more references that I used in the presentation. You probably can find a lot more in the Digital Humanities Conference. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. And if there are any questions in the chat, let's have a look. Any questions regarding semantic enrichment or the things that Marcia Zeng presented, please? You may ask now. Yeah, there are some comments on. I also thought that it was very inspiring and very visually very appealing presentation with lots of information. So we will put not only the video on the conference site, but also the slides so that you can more easily find, for example, the different references that were made in these different interesting online applications that have been made. Okay, I guess if there are no questions further, I think we can then conclude this session. I would like to thank Marcia for this nice presentation and all speakers who have been presenting their views and research and visions for tomorrow during the day. And of course, the audience. We have been very lucky to have so many people from different parts of the world in the audience, and we hope to continue this tradition of having these summits, probably also online, so that we are not only sort of stick to one place, but can open these presentations also internationally through the web. So many thanks to everybody for listening, and stay tuned, and we'll meet in coming meetings. Goodbye.